see that when they see something which is not, which they want to achieve, they have not been able to achieve, that bad feeling must be converted into a positive effort. If you are able to do that, then kids will strive for it. They will learn perseverance. They know that there's another one boy or girl who is studying hard and I am playing all the time, then it is wrong. So as schools, we want to develop these skills, the skills of, able to connect with each other, because ma'am was saying earlier that there are a lot of single children at homes. It's a big challenge because now you're not used to how to speak with different people. This has to be learned. So once as a school, we are able to focus, content is there, we have to do that. There is no doubt in that. But content is a very, very, I would say not more than 50% of actual learning that happens in schools. If I try to correlate, all of you think of your college years. I don't think anybody remembers what was taught in the classrooms. Rather in the hostels and dormitories among your friends, in the cafes, that we learned much more things about which are valuable in life. It's the same thing in schools. And that is why online schools are not going to function. Because they can give content, they cannot develop these skills. As humans, we are hardwired to be social animals. If we live in society, we have to develop these skills.
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. I mean, you've given us a lot of food for thought over there. And you're right, there is quite a lot of skills that need to be developed within schools, and that cannot be done completely and wholly without the support of parents, and those skills being taught also back at home. And also balancing, like you said, English can be taught in schools, mother tongue can be taught at home. It's a balancing act, and schools and parents definitely have to work together for that. Ms. Gonzalez, you were mentioning earlier in the discussion about how you're seeing a lot more kids on tablets and on online, and there's no way to really escape the online. So can you tell us a little bit more, like, what core skills can the online bring to us or can solidify for us?
Indeed. So firstly, well put, Yadavji has touched upon quite a lot of critical points. I would say it's very important before we think about the child's upskilling. It's important for us as teachers and parents to upskill ourselves, because we come from a different experience and we come from an era where we have not been given everything. You rightly put that we want to ensure that our children get everything. That in itself as a habit builds a different paradigm for them. It makes them into different individuals. That being said, it is very important to teach them life skills at a fundamental level of how to have fun without a digital instrument, because that's all they know. They know only the games on their phone. It's important for parents to spend time with them at home, playing outside the digital world. It's important to spend time having that touch, having that human feeling when they're with them. Coming to your question, right? So how do I ensure that digital content, etc., is ensuring a good guidance or path for the digital native or generation alpha? It is given that they are going to be on their tabs. I have seen this firsthand. You cannot take that away from them. They have grown, they have born with it, they're going to grow with it. But what we can do, what we can control is that we give them the right content. There is a huge array of content today to choose from. I was looking at one of the videos the other day. It literally showed the child how to get an A in exam. And that was by cutting out rubber and putting an A on the paper. And I was a bit taken aback. I said, how are we allowing children to watch this? Because it gives the wrong idea. But then this is the kind of content there is. And it's not the only, there is huge array of content, right? So we as parents, teachers, educators have a big responsibility where we ensure the right content is given to them from their childhood. They're looking at the right set of things, even inside their phones, even inside the tab. Ensuring small settings of, that they are able to see only that content, restricting it around that. These are some of the things that we can control, we could look at. The second thing is to have a balanced schooling. Even in class, it's important to ensure it's okay to be digitally native. Rather than trying to take that, it's important to understand how to use the digital content, how to use the, digital technology to our benefit. It's important to guide the students, guide the children around this. This is the second aspect where technology will play a very, very big role for them growing up. At the same time, balancing that with life skills, balancing that with something as simple as how to have fun, not just there, but outside as well. How to have fun with other kids, being social for that matter, how to deal with failure, how to deal with social other challenges that the child will grow up into. This also becomes very important to ensure that it's part of our curriculum, it's part of what we teach, what we do day in and day out at schools.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you for also pointing that out. I think we have very much covered like core skills, digital skills, parenting. There's obviously a lot more to discuss in this, but I would like to give the audience a chance to ask a question to our panelists and while they are here. Do we have any questions? Oh, there's one question from the gentleman. If you could also tell us your name and if there's any particular panelist you would like to answer the question.
My name is Dr. J.K. Sharma. I'm from industry, and I'm also visiting an institute as a visiting faculty. My question is that the topic of this panel discussion is change in paradigm of primary education. Now, when we are talking about this education, we are talking with the perspective of urban education. The question to the panelists is that what the primary educators are thinking about the same in rural India. That is the question.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to take this question? Yes, please.
You're right. I mean, there has always, over the last 20 years, a difference between India and Bharat is trying to be bridged, but we are a long way from that. So, we were just talking about infrastructure, right? When you talk about educational infrastructure in the classrooms, does it mean your fancy air conditioning, better seats? Today, schools are looking more like hotels than schools. And is that the meaning of the infrastructure needed for good primary education? So when it comes to rural India, I think, a lot of, change will come in by the uniform implementation of the FLN standards. So a grade 3 child in Delhi should be, the same as a grade 3 child, at a panchayat level somewhere in rural UP, right? So for that, I think investment in teacher training is going to be very, very critical. Even in the previous panel, we discussed that, right? So it is not enough changing the curriculum, bringing in, better software for the classes, bringing in midday meal schemes, which are more nutritious. While all of that is great, I think teacher training is going to be very critical to ensuring the last mile delivery of the intended curriculum. So that is one thing that I feel. And the second thing is the correct usage of technology. So a large part of the budget is going in, in the cloud and delivery of the right software to, rural children. So the optimum use of technology, today with 4G, 5G coming in and mobile phones at the penetration level that we have in rural India, I think more effort to see how that last mile delivery through interactive content, she just spoke about what kind of content. So interactive digital content rather than, viewer-based or cartoon-based content is also going to be critical. So I think the key is in the execution of this entire space rather than the planning, because a country like ours, where we have, more than 65, 70% in the smaller towns, execution is going to be very critical over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi.
Yeah.
I hope that answers your
Yes,
question, sir. We have.
Yeah, I have got a question.
Oh, sure. Please go ahead.
I'll introduce myself. I'm from the Defense Forces. I'm Major General SVP Singh. Now, how do I combine this field of education with this very august audience? Firstly, during the course of my service, I have been chairman of the Army Public Schools as well as the Kendra Vidyalayas at 3 different stations, counting 10+2 schools. I am a son of an educationist. My wife is a teacher. So I synergize much of education within me. You all spoken about a paradigm shift among the children, the classroom environment and the home environment where the child sees the 4 walls and the screens and not the trees and the fruits. At the same time, you have said the paradigm shift for the parents, upskilling their own skills to meet the counter requirement of the children and not look back at your own time or your own generation. Now, I'll share with you a very practical thing because I've heard the previous sessions also. I'll give two examples for your consideration and how we can deal with it in the environment. Firstly, we have a domestic help staying in our home. The girl is studying in class 8. And, the 3 years they have been with us, I found good personality development in her. She's studying in one of the DLF schools. And I talk to her very often. My wife talks to her. Our daughter-in-law talks to her. And we talk to her in English because that's the language of development, whatever we may say. But she doesn't have exposure to those platforms with the children of what this sessions has been addressing to. Somewhere rural and semi-rural has come up, but she doesn't have that exposure. So for her, the online teaching was a big challenge, and my daughter-in-law would attend to her. Yesterday only I asked her, how's your classes going along and how do you find getting back to school? And I was very alarmed and I had to take up this case. She told me there's a lot of abusing by naturally the boys, and abusing across whether it's the teacher or the students, different gender, different castes. So I feel, and I don't mind, I've named the organization where they're studying. I think this is something the faculties, the schools have to take care of and attend to it. I'll give you another counter and then I'll stop.
So we're about to run out of time.
You see, I'm just giving a comparison. It's a very important thing. In our neighborhood, we got a child who just completed 2 years. He comes to me every evening. He runs in. So one day he picked up the remote and he went to the TV and said, Alexa, but the remote was of the fan. So he was angry why Alexa is not coming up. So these are the two ends in my environment. I've shared with you, parent, the child paradigm shifts. Now you may address any one of you.
If we could have a quick address because we've actually run out of time for the panel, and we can also continue this discussion afterwards.
I'm sorry I took a little more time because I had to emphasize on issues.
I'll just quickly address this. I think the first case which you said, I think which is very right. It has increased, no doubt. And the reason is the quality of content that they're accessing. Because if you watch YouTube videos, suppose you search something and start looking at it, and there are suggestions which come up. There's a proper research by MIT that after 4 different suggestions you select, there is no relation with what you started and what you end up with. And so that is a big challenge. And kids are getting exposed to things which at their age, they should never be exposed. So they're learning things, and because they're not aware of the consequences, and they tend to use that. And especially this is happening more so in the middle school to secondary level. So I think as ma'am had earlier said also, control of quality is very important. To kind of amount of time they are spending on the digital devices, because we cannot take away that. So we have to do that. There is no doubt in that. And being alert, that is the only way, I think, and counseling, that is very important. When they learn to understand the consequences that online and offline are different worlds, and you can a lot of things do in online, you cannot do in offline. So I think once we start putting across the message to everyone involved, things should improve. It will take time and it is a challenge. There is no doubt in that, because I see kids every day, and so this kind of cases come in where they don't know what they are speaking at this age. And I mean, I'm shocked. Is umar mein aisa kaise hone laga hai? But this is how things have been. They have been exposed to. Yes.
Thank you for your question, and thank you, Mr. Yadav, for your responses. I know there are far more questions by the audience. I'm sorry, but we have run out of time, but our panelists will be available if you would like to discuss this afterwards, outside, or over the lunch break when that takes place. Thank you so much, audience, for being this interested in this panel and engaging with the panelists. We have only touched a very small portion of this topic. There's quite a lot to speak about. And I think one of the points that our panelists have made so well is that it is a learning journey, right, for everyone. And the changes that we are seeing are not changes that have happened before. It's all new. And we just have to sort of take it one thing at a time and sort of adapt and move along with them and be very aware of the changes that are taking place and work together to make sure that we're able to live up to the challenges and, really like face them headstrong. Those are our challenges for us. And so that we can make the children, of course, stronger for the future. Thank you, panelists, so much for joining me today. And thank you, audience, for engaging with us. That is the end of our panel today. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists and our moderator as well. A group picture, please. Before we move on to the next session, a quick reminder, we also have a stall or a counter, you could say, outside nearby the staircase for the magazines, the BW Business World magazines. And they have this form to fill out. If you wish to subscribe to anybody, any of them, please do so. Please take the form from them. Our team members are around, I believe, everywhere. So if you feel so, or do have a look at least. And moving on to the next panel discussion, which is on using perfect mix of ingredients for tertiary education. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Dr. Anirban Chakrabarti, Assistant Vice President, Research and Academic Development, Ashoka University. Partha Chatterjee, Professor and HOD, Economics, Shiv Nadar Institution of Eminence, deemed to be University. Professor Dr. Nitin Arora, Professor, Proctor and Head, Center of Happiness, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. And the session will be moderated by the Senior Editor of PW Business World and Executive Editor, PW Applause, Rohail Amin. Everybody, let's please welcome them.
Thank you, Aditya. And the best part of moderating a panel just before lunch is that you get the full attention, So we have that. And what great sessions before that, which my colleagues moderated, and, some great speakers. So we have this topic of using, perfect mix of ingredients for tertiary education. I want to start with you, Mr. Chakrabarti. Tertiary education is prevalent, it's everywhere. We have the right infrastructure. But if you look at the skills report, last skills report, there's a huge gap between the offering and the impact. How do you see this, disparity?
As we are just discussing before this panel also, I was just trying to enlighten that, the tertiary education or the higher education is changing. The platform is also changing. One of the main reason is the employability thing. So we don't know what are the right skills will be required for maybe after 15, 20 years for our student to be properly employed. So from there, I think we need to think from this point of view, whether we need to first, I will point out few points on that. So first, I think the curriculum and the pedagogy in which our universities are performing in nowadays. So as NEP has also mentioned very clearly that we need to focus for changing our course curriculum structure in the universities. There is a need for a lot of focus on, need-based, value-based education, mixing up true interdisciplinary and a lot of flexibility, student-centric kind of curriculum is needed for this country. And few universities have already started that. Even our STEM education, best STEM education, IITs are also now introducing humanities, social sciences in their format. This is regarding the teaching. Another important aspect is, I think, the culture of research in our universities. So from the start of independent, that has been denied in our university structure for a long time. We have created good research institute out from the universities, and that created a lot of problem for most of our best universities also. So that thing's also now revoking, and there is a tendency for introducing research in the undergraduate teaching or exposing our student properly in high-end research through their curriculum in the lab-based courses and all. So this is number one. Number two, one of the major thing where Indian education is lacking, if you think about the ranking, there are a lot of controversies about the ranking, but still is our international dimension. International dimension both in teaching and research, which is also we need to think of, and we need to bring a lot of international dimension in our teaching and research, from political point of view, economic point of view, social point of view. The definition of internationalization in higher education is also changing, and it varies from countries to countries. So our internationalization is not focused on revenue generation, to be very honest. We focus more on inclusion and diversity in our internationalization also. That also a big part, which I think in the next future we need to think of. The fourth is definitely the technological skill or the technological aspect which is coming up in the higher education. There are a lot of VR, AR is coming up, and this whole new things is going to change our thinking about higher education in near future, to be very honest. COVID has already shown us how higher education things are changing from an interdisciplinary point of view. As an example, if in a pandemic you want to go for a lockdown, not only the scientists, you need to bring the social science people also into consideration, how it will affect the society, various levels of society. That's also is very important. And I think universities are the place where we need this kind of research thought process. So that's it. I mean, these are the few points which we need to think for futuristic point of view.
Thanks for this elaborate response. I just have a request at the back. There's this noise coming. If they could just lower the volume. Yeah. Mr. Chatterjee, you heard, Mr. Chakrabarty's response to it. What is your take on this gap between the offering and the impact it creates?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and it's a pleasure being here and being with people who are really thinking about different aspects of education and how to further some of the social dimensions of that too, right? And in that, I mean, it's a very important question that you have asked, right? That what is the gap between skill and higher education? And we are focusing on higher education here in this panel. I think the first thing that we really need to understand is if we really separate out skill and education, we lose out. Skill and education are not necessarily separate things. We need to think about them in a very integrated way. And this, particularly, as Anirban has said, it becomes much more important because we live in a time which is far more uncertain than probably the last at least half a century or so. So we really don't know what the future will hold, what kind of skills do we need, when I'm mentioning skill here, I'm defining very narrowly about how in India skill education has evolved, right? So we really need to bring back this integration between education and skill. And one of the fundamental skills that we really need to develop among all is the ability to ask questions, ability to identify problems, because if you don't do that, you can't solve problems, right? And in the future, we don't know the nature of problems that humanity and the society at large will face. So we really need to kind of empower our young to be able to take up any challenge. And here, I think, the universities have to take a step forward.
Excuse me, at the back, can I request, please, we just are getting disturbed here. Just a request, we can move outside and discuss. Sorry.
Thank you. So I think we need a common ground as such. If you look at even the government, right, there are different ministries for education, ministries for skill, right? So we need to rethink this whole process and figure out where this middle ground is. And there the universities will also have to play a role, right? To think, because universities are forward looking by definition, by nature, how universities are. So they have to lead that. They have to integrate variety of at least skills that are required in near future into the education. It's not enough to say that, okay, I bring into my curriculum certain things that will make people much more knowledgeable, but also equip them to think, first of all, and also have those tools that they can use then to solve the problems that they identify. So I think we need that integration, and EdTech can play a huge role here, by the way. And I'm happy to talk about that in greater details somewhat later. Yeah?
Sure, sure. I think this point of integration is very valid and very insightful. Coming to you, Mr. Arora, same question of, this huge, in a way, and it's an irony, we have the infrastructure, we have the faculty, we have the students, but still, the impact is not there.
So I have been listening to my fellow colleagues. I am Professor Nitin. I'm the head of happiness at the university. So my role is in the domain of happiness. So when we think in terms of impact of education, or we think in terms of the gap that we have to bridge, how happy right now we are, whatever we have learned right now. If we are not able to hold what we have learned, there will be new mushrooms coming up, new industries coming up. So when I talk to the students, they always have one problem. They are willing to learn. They are willing to learn, but they are having one problem in their mind, that is that if I fail to do something new, if I fail in not learning the skill, I am not valued. So in our concept of India, if we have a small story, a short story we have, that we say, if you have few children, one of them is a businessman, one of them is a doctor, one of them is a maybe engineer, other kind of a thing. We don't value a business student because we say कि ये धंधा करता है, और धंधे का मतलब अलग सोचते हैं हम. A time was there when the value of dhanda was a negative meaning, but now the value of dhanda is a positive meaning. So if you say somebody is a businessman, we value that, but we don't know that he has grown from failures. In our system of education, we say that if you are a failure, you are out. We are shunning them. So if in our system of education, if you want to bridge the gap, the only way to bridge the gap is, can we accept somebody who is failing even at the lower level? Normally we say, if a small elephant is there born, we tie a thread around its feet and we tie to a chair. The small elephant can't move. As the elephant grows, the mindset remains the same. The thread might remain the same, but he won't move because in the past he hasn't moved. So if the skill, if the failure mentality is not changing, if you fumble sometime, you fail sometime, and we still have the same mentality, he will not take the risk. All those, my applause to all those businessmen who have taken the risk in the Corona time. They have been, they must have been aware that somebody supporting them, somebody valuing them. Agar unko support nahi mila hota, I'm sure they might not have turned the tables. So if you want to upskill, we want to do that, at least we change the mentality first of all. That's my takeaway.
Glad I'm sitting next to the professor of happiness, but I must add this point that, celebrating failure is such a big taboo. Even the universities won't accept somebody who has got less than 50%. Anyway, coming to my next question, Mr. Chakrabarti, tertiary education must reflect the new social and economic needs of the global knowledge economy. That's how it's premised. At Ashoka, if I want to take example of Ashoka and what it is doing in that respect, could you elaborate, how are you making tertiary education, reflect these social and economic needs and the global trends that are there?
So at Ashoka, I think after 2000, a few of the new universities, new aged universities, they categorized it, came out, Ashoka, Shivnadar. So the idea was, as I mentioned earlier, to give more flexibility in the curriculum, course curriculum teaching, not only to the student, also to the faculty for their own integration in the teaching and the research part. And the interconnection is not between the sciences, what is happening, what is needed, it also if you think about some of the research center of these new universities, I mean, at Ashoka, we have a center for archaeological sciences where the history professors are interacting with the biology people. They are going for the field, they're taking a lot of samples, and the biology people are doing their DNA sampling and all of these things, and new path-breaking things are coming up. So we have a fantastic professors for data modeling, from the mathematics and the physics point of view. So our economics people, they are interacting, and there are a whole lot of new research is coming up on the economic data analysis, mostly in the COVID. So these are the new thing I think universities like Ashoka is trying to focus on. A true interdisciplinary thing. I mean, we have already seen a lot of interdisciplinary thing between mathematics and chemistry, mathematics and physics. Those are not the case. As I mentioned, that nowadays we need to focus from a country's point of view to address the social need, to address the social problem through our research. So for that, we can't ignore the social science aspect or even the humanities aspect, digital humanities, which is a collaboration between the computer science and humanities people, a very fantastic platform. So these are the new theme coming up for these new universities, and it has value, and it's addressing the social problems in a direct manner, and the outcome also you can see very properly. So I think these are the new approaches in both in teaching and research is coming up.
So Ms. Chatterjee, if I had to rephrase this question for you, how is Shiv Nadar trying to disrupt this narrative and make its offering more wholesome in the tertiary space?
I think there's a little bit of lag here, so I apologize for that. No, I think, it's a very, very good question. And there are two aspects of it, I think. One, as you asked, and, it's about the multidisciplinary nature and new knowledge creation and things like that. But also, your original question is about, in some sense, empowering individuals of all kinds, right? From all backgrounds. And I think that is very, very important. It's not only, education cannot become elite. Education cannot become for the few. And then we will lose out, right? And at Shiv Nadar, we have been very conscious. We have also had the support of a fantastic foundation. So we have, for example, the fees has been very reasonable. Not only that, we have had scholarships for rural children and so on and so forth. So we have hugely diverse set of students. Now, diversity in terms of not only income, but distribution, geographical distribution, different backgrounds, and so on. This was also possible because the nature of the university. The nature of the university is that it's a comprehensive university. We did not start up with being one kind of university, technology university or a liberal arts university or anything of that sort. It's comprehensive because every discipline by itself stands on its own and is valued, right? And that's what we build on to bring the multidisciplinarity, because we talk about multidisciplinarity a lot, right? But what is multidisciplinarity? And often we find a nature of multidisciplinarity emerging, which is right on the surface. But the matter of fact is, today, if we really want to solve global problems, be it about the climate change, environment, today we see the problems that's emerging in geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine or China and US. There are huge problems that are global in nature and where everyone is entangled. And to solve those problems, you need multidisciplinarity. You cannot solve from one disciplinary point of view. And that can only happen when the disciplinarity is very strongly developed. So each of these people are steeped in their own trainings and own ways of doing things, and then transcend into something else, right? And that's what I think the new age universities can really do. And Shiv Nadar University definitely is doing it. And, so bringing together this kind of diversity in terms of student body, in terms of faculty, as well as diversity of thought, when you bring in people who are very well versed in their own ways and dealing with own things is, I think, the way to go in terms of inclusivity, solving this problem, and as well as integrating with the global scenario today.
So apart from disrupting, and creating a department of happiness, give us a sense of the whole wholesome mix of offerings that you have to make tertiary education even more effective at MIT.
Sir, MIT University was having an online certificate program running for many years, like 2007 onwards. They were giving online certificates, or you can say the online degrees, which was not validated by UGC or AICT. But now MIT became the first university which was accredited by UGC, where degrees are valid now. So that became the disruption, even when it was recognized, but now it becomes recognized worldwide. So that was the first disruption that was in process, but become recognized very recently. That was the first disruption. Second disruption happens is, like, now NEP says that we should have a kind of a foreign campus, foreign collaborations and all that. But MIT is the only university right now who had multiple foreign campuses in multiple countries, around 11 campuses. 2 months back, now students of MIT can go to Canada also. So our own students can go to Canada. A few years back, we opened in Tashkent, then we had in London, Singapore, other countries we have. So the biggest campus of MIT right now is in US. So if the campus of Noida campus, that is the headquarter campus, is around, say, 80 acres. So the campus in New York is almost 170 acres. So that's a disruption that is happening silently, but visibility is becoming, as per the NEP policy, then the focus comes up on that. That is number 2 disruptions. Number 3, sir, in terms of AI, we all talk about in digital and all that. I think 2-3 years back, we were the first one or among the leading people who offer degrees in AI in management also. People were wondering why to offer degree in AI in a business school like BBA AI, MBA AI. So even we were taken the risk, or you can say taken the lead, to offer the degrees in AI also. We did that. A time is coming all the universities is coming like that way, so that universities will become only the sports ground. Like, people will go to the universities, like in a normal parlance we say, people go and make relationships in universities. You get husband, wife, choice of partner in the universities only. So most of the universities, all edtech will take over, something like that. If we assume that, then universities will be there as a physical place for sports games, like sports program. So we offered sports management programs in partnership with Portsmouth. I have to go to UK and I have to sign partnerships and all that. That's normal process going on. Recently is the happiness one. So we might hope, we might one day offer a degree in happiness also. That's the disruption levels of going on. And in Corona time, I have observed many universities were not giving any, not many were able to give rebate, or you can say you can support to the students who suffered traumas in their own families. They lost their father, they lost their mother, they have so many situations. So MIT was I'm proud, I'm grateful that I'm in the MIT University who offered full discounts, or you can say full fees waiver for all the students who suffered any kind of a problem at MIT University because of their Corona time. So disruptions at physical level, mental level, expansion level, all is happening, silently going on, but observed recently.
Thank you. And your prediction that, the face of the university is going to change is amazing. Mr. Chakrabarti, the beauty of this panel is that 3 top institutions, of global excellence. The idea was to give Indian students an opportunity to be in India and offer them world-class facilities. But when you compare the offerings of such institutions with your global counterparts, do you think there's still a neat gap?
Definitely. I mean, if you think about your education system into the global mark, there are a few points. One is, physical infrastructure, which these universities are doing. Most of the universities are doing very good. If you come to Ashoka, Shivnadar, you will find a lot of state-of-the-art research infrastructure, living infrastructure and everything. But another most important thing that you need to invest in human also, the best talent you have to bring up in your institution for your teaching and research. And I think universities like Ashoka is doing really very well. In the last year QS ranking, our internationalization parameters, we are the best in this country. We have almost 16 to 70% international faculty from across the disciplines, and all our faculties are also, they have their PhDs, postdocs from abroad. I mean, that does not mean that we don't have people from India. The best lot from India is also, but one thing I really want to mention, that you have to be very, very critical when you are just recruiting, your faculty on that ground, because they are the main pillar of giving good education and good research to your students. And also, like Parthoda was also mentioned, that you have to be very careful when you are recruiting the students. So our admission process, we are focusing not only on the marks, as we are thinking about holistic interdisciplinary education and research. You have to be very careful on recruiting the student also. So, and also from across the board, you need to create an environment for you are getting people from all around, all across the societies and all across the states and all. Those are also really, really very important things. We have a huge amount of need-based scholarship at Ashoka. Almost 50% of our students are in either way getting some sort of a scholarship. I think 20% is on full scholarship. These are the very important thing to create a proper culture in research teaching up to the international dimension. And through interdisciplinary teaching, I would also like to just give one example where these universities are trying to do. We have last year, there is a pass out student in our undergrad. So that student was from philosophy, but he was very much interested in physics. So he took some of the theory courses in physics, and but he was not so much eager to get the theory practical courses in physics. He get the top rank in all those theory courses, and he got a dual degree of physics and philosophy from Ashoka University, and now he is doing his PhD from Oxford in history of science or philosophy of science, that kind of subject. So that is really, really very important, and we need to give this change. This kind of situation was not possible earlier, but now things are changing, and we are going into a true interdisciplinary model in higher education.
And that's truly, I think, amazing. You would never have thought somebody from philosophy getting into physics and being allowed to do that. Mr. Chatterjee, your thoughts on this global versus Indian institutions of excellence,
Right. I think let's put this into context a little bit, right? India is now going through a demographic transition. India has the largest population of college-going students, right? And among them, only 25% of them get into any kind of higher education institute. And I'm not only talking about the top ones, it's across the board, all colleges, all universities, they absorb only 25% of students who could go to college any particular year. So we are really talking about huge undercapacity in India, where these universities like Ashoka and Shivnada University and so on can come in and do is they are establishing the frontier that, okay, what can happen, and equating higher education in India globally, right? Bringing that parity. But we really need to deepen that. We really need to find a way so that we can spread this quality higher education into a larger segment of the higher education sector, right? Because without that, we will still have students going out, because no matter how many, and again, we cannot, Ashoka or Shivnada University are built to be small universities. The focus is a lot on research. So it's not about volume. So we will never be able to absorb a large number of really brilliant students who do not have any other option but to then go abroad, right? So if we are thinking about how we can substitute foreign universities by Indian universities, and they become attractive for all kinds of students who are thinking about going abroad. We really need to increase these kind of institutes, and probably also not only private, but also public universities, right? They have to come in. We now have Institute of Eminences. There are 10 public universities or institutes who has been chosen as Institute of Eminence. Among the private ones, there are 10 were chosen, but 4 or 5 have signed the memorandum already. Shivnada University is one of them. So we need to be able to expand that beyond the small group, right? And we need a lot of investment. We need a lot of ways to bring in people who are really excellent globally to this country, right? I mean, it's not only about preventing, I mean, one way to prevent students from going abroad is to bring them here. And probably that is something that we need to look at, that how can we attract the best talent. China has done that brilliantly over the last 25 years or so. And the Chinese universities have really increased their quality, both in terms of education as well as in terms of research. So if you look at the share of students who are going to US from outside countries, their share has dropped. India's share is going up, right? So we really need to be able to do that. Also be able to attract global talent into the country. And I think those are some of the things that NEP is also alluding to, trying to. So we hope that there will be much more interest and investment in all of these things. Yeah.
Very well said. Mr. Arora, because I want to bring in the audience a later part. So we have around 6 minutes. So yeah, your response.
So there is one thing that we need to focus, understand very clearly. Maybe I have observed, okay, if somebody want to become a teacher in Asia, or you can say in India, normally we say this is the last choice for him to become a teacher. So this is one mentality that we are suffering. This is, if you talk about the Finland, so the #1 happy country in the world and the top education system that they have. So I have observed that they have the top people, they prefer teaching. So they have the salaries as compared to the CEOs of that country. So this one mentality is one reason why we are not able to catch up, or you can say the gap exists. So the somebody who is training, like if you go into a gym and the gym trainer, he himself don't have a good muscles, he won't help people to become a good muscle man. So this one mentality is one reason. I heard about one case in Haryana. A girl got admission in Harvard, and the reason was just checked out, and the reason was found, okay, out of 100 applications that goes in Harvard, at that time only 10 went. It means in Corona time, people don't want to go abroad. So only 10 applications from India went, and she was one of those top 10, and then she got admission in that. So when this is happening, point was that, okay, foreign universities at that time of Corona, they know admissions are falling down. So they were tying up with the universities in India or China, because India and China contributes maximum students being sent abroad to those. So there is one point here is foreign people, they don't want to come to India. We want to go to the foreign countries. The reason is one that we all agree upon is that sessions that are coming up, or then I have observed, okay, the quality. People in teaching, they are saying कि बस marks ले लो, pass हो जाओ और degree हो जाएगी आपकी, ये हो जाएगा. Students know it. In some locations, quality in some universities are far better. I'm happy that we also offer in that high standards. But majority of the wise, if you observe, okay, students have a feeling. I have taught in some rich universities and in some middle universities. In one observation I have, if you teach in a rich university, students have passion. And the teachers have one problem, they don't get respect. Because the salary of a teacher is far lower than the pocket money of a student. They don't get that. If you are teaching in a lower universities, we observe that something surveys are there, they value teacher the most. They get the best respect, because they think the teacher is the way for the success. I talked to one rich student. I have taught in foreign countries also, like Jordan and Bahrain. I have taught there as in American universities also. So I told one student, please study sometime. Kabhi padh liya karo. वो कहते हैं सब पढ़ के क्या करना है? We will hire people like you and they will work for us. This is their mentality. So this is one reason. Sir, Elon Musk also have said he has a rule now. He don't want degrees for his employees. He says, I'll give you a problem. You can solve the problem. I don't care if I'm Stanford or any university. You can solve the problem, you are in. If you can't solve the problem, you are out. So they are solving this problem in this manner also, without degrees kind of a thing. And sir, last point I want to say, so sorry to say, there is a book by Harvard or by Stanford on bullshit, right? They say there are many bullshit jobs available in the market, which makes no sense, but people are being trained for those bullshit jobs, right? So there are some courses and running in the US, or you can say in India also. One example I will say, in India, there is a program running, I will not in the university. The course name is How to Be a Good Daughter-in-Law. How to be a good daughter-in-law. And rich people are sending the daughters-in-laws to those programs. It makes sense, I don't know, but there are some courses of very wild nature also. So we need to eliminate some of the courses.
Are you also introducing such courses?
I don't want to enter in trouble right now. So point is very simple. There are bullshit courses running, which makes no sense. Companies don't want to know about that. In US, I have seen far worse courses, far bullshit courses. On any dimension, you say they have the course on that because the professor want to teach that, so they're allowed to teach that. But it makes no sense. There is no job for that. There is no meaning of that. You can write papers on that, but it makes no sense. So skill gap aa raha hai kyunki padhaya jo ja raha hai, sorry to say, in some courses are like BS is there. So,
but thanks for being so candid and forthright about these. These are valid points. I wish I had more time to take questions, but okay, one question, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay.
I'm from Henry Harvin. So my question is that students pay enormous amount to US universities. Why are they not paying to the, as you have mentioned very rightly, the teachers are not paid properly? Because वही प्रॉब्लम है कि स्टूडेंट्स इतना फीस देता नहीं है, तो इसलिए टीचर्स को मिलता नहीं है. तो फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी में वो 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ 3 करोड़ दे रहा है और बहुत अच्छे नंबर दे रहा है. इंडिया में क्यों नहीं वो शिवनादर को या मैकी को या
what's stopping them from spending here? Yeah, any one of you? Yes. Okay.
Look, that's not true, right? I mean, while Shivnadar's fees are low, other universities that no, that's what I'm saying. So people are actually willing to pay, but they need that quality, right? It's actually a chicken and egg kind of a problem, right? You need good quality. You need equal kind of a education to be able to attract that kind of fees. You just can't say that, okay, I have some buildings and I'll get 1 or 2 professors and that's it, right? That will not work. So universities like Ashoka and have shown that you can attract people who are willing to pay fees if you can deliver quality, right? So I think that's where we need to look at that. How can we build that quality in India?
Right.
Most universities, absolutely. They are so far below the frontier.
Also, the perception is very, very low, when we think about the Indian universities, which needs to be changed. To be very honest, sir, if you think about the recruitment process of the IITs, they are much, much tougher than Harvard, to be very honest. So our number is also huge.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, we can have an offline discussion because I want to have lunch on time. And so all of us do want to have, but thank you so much for being such a patient audience. And thank you, my esteemed panelists.
Well, people almost got up. Lunch is a very powerful word, I believe, between 1 to 3 p.m. For all our panelists and our speakers, the lunch is served right this way. And for audience members, the lunch is served right behind in this very hall itself. And because you have to keep things on time, I would request everybody to please be back by 2:15 or 2:20 maximum. 2:20 we'll start the next session. because we have to keep things on time today. So 2:20 it is. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you, Rohail, as well. Thank you so much.
Phantom of Garno मारना पड़ता
Griffin's International School, built on a 14-acre lush green campus, believes educating children for life. It provides fully Wi-Fi campus, modern digital classrooms with science, computer, and English labs for academic excellence, along with dance, music studio, swimming pool for extracurricular excellence. Students enjoy safe and caring drive to Griffins every day. We encourage children to think independently. Griffins International School, Kharagpur. Future begins here. Call us at 74777 73777.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. हाँ तुम मारो check check hey 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 hey. Check, 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 one, check, 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 1, 2, check,
check, check, check, check, check, check, check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Check.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Could I please request everyone to be seated? We'll be starting again shortly. Could I ask the hospitality team to close the lunch now, please? Thank you.
Hello. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin in the next 2 minutes. Would request you to ask your friends or your colleagues if they're there with you. अगर वो बाहर है तो उन्हें बुला लीजिए. And 2 minutes is after which we'll start. Thank you. Hello. Okay, very sorry. You're good to start? Let's have the AV first. Okay, welcome back after lunch. Amar sir, sorry. I mean, please continue your discussion, but in a short while. Okay, everybody had lunch? Yes, no? Sir, sir, aap hi ne khaya hai, and of course me. Everybody else had lunch? And the backbencher, of course, he said yes. Good. You also had this desert, I mean, then. So happy and smiley. Okay, our next session is the talk of the town. It's campus versus cloud. Is online learning pensioning off the traditional classroom? And for that, please join me. And now that you've had lunch, I expect a warmer welcome for our panelists. Please join me and welcome our panelists for the same. Sunil Kumar, Head of Operations, CCI Learning. Saurabh Arora, Founder and CEO, University Living. Sandeep Huda, Co-Founder, Vega Schools. Atharv Mehendle, Assistant Director, Online Learning, OP Jindal Global University. And the session will be moderated by Resham Sohail, Editorial Lead, PW Disrupt. Let's welcome them. Thank you. Please.
I'm sure with your bellies full, you can confidently applaud better and much louder. Thank you so much for such a warm welcome. Thank you, Aditya. We have a lovely panel with us today, and we are absolutely going to discuss about how cloud specifically and technological interventions are transforming this sector for the good. The development in K-12 higher education and skill-first education is significantly responsible for the development in the education surge. But we are here to discuss also the nuances and the not so good consequences of technological integration. So I open the forum. If we can a little bit talk about what are the current trends and what has changed in past 2 to 3 years, just because with much of technology coming in and EdTech coming in play, what has changed for the good?
What has changed for the good? I think it's very clear that if technology wasn't there, we'd have a massive academic gap across the world and in India. And thanks to high quality teaching and learning being brought into our living rooms, children were able to learn. And I think the second very good byproduct that came out of teaching coming into the living rooms was that parents could see firsthand how good or not so good the quality of teaching and learning was. So I think that was the other very, very positive byproduct.
Saurabh, if you can please tell us what's new happening in your space.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Resham and co-panel. See, I introduce myself quickly. So I run this platform called universitydoing.com. We're into online platform wherein we help Indian international students with their accommodation, right? So I'm typically not educator, so I don't want to be a pseudo educator here. Yeah, but because we deal with education, universities and students all the time, so seeing lots of observations and lots of trends. So good thing, definitely what has changed for sure. For good, I don't know. For bad, again, subject to debate. But in last 2 years, definitely, things have escalated. The change in technology, especially with respect to education, might have taken probably 5 to 7 years, which have escalated in last 2 years, right? As my co-panel mentioned that there are lots of people have seen the inefficiencies of Indian education and also seen opportunities of Indian education. Yeah. So I believe hybrid is good. If we talk about trend and good things, hybrid good. The fact that people realize that they need to focus more on skill than on degrees. I believe that's a very big revolution which happened during this COVID. So yeah.
That's right, and I can completely agree with this. Keeping skill first is now's phenomena. Sunil, if you could tell us more about what's this new venture of CCI Learning, what are you doing in your space? Is it just because edtech's coming in space, but what's more?
So I'll start with a very important thing. I've been a trainer, a professor for a long time, almost a decade. I've been a professor. So I'll talk about both the sides. 2019, when we had this thing kicking in, what we realized was that technology, which was an option thing for a lot of things, optional thing. We had an IT department sitting upstairs. We'll call them doing the work for us. Even the ones who were not ready to accept this thing, they had to accept technology at that time. And the students are very happy because when they were getting 75% of the class, now the 75% was out. They were sitting at home, turning off their cameras. I guess parents have seen that. So turning off the camera, and the parents are the ones who are seeing how teacher is teaching rather than the student is learning. Talking about the CCI part, what we realized was that over the last decade or something, industry had been asking for a lot of staff out there, but the staff was not ready for it. Especially the chefs were not ready for taking up the profile. They were either just coming out of the college who had just done about 25, 30 odd practicals or had just basic skills. And turns out when they joined the industry, there was a lot of opportunity cost we were incurring. So roughly about 10,000 something per week was a chef's cost, which we were actually spending on them. So Chef Kapil Midda, who has been a chef for almost 4 decades, who started the venture almost 2.5, in fact, 1.5 decades back, he brought in this program of CCI Learn. CCI group is there for a long time. CCI Learning is something new. And learning actually made sure this time is that we have programs which are imparting skills and making a person who's ready to join the industry rather than a person who's just done an HM graduation and he wants to join the industry because he has done a graduation program. So that's what the plan has been, and we're just taking it forward.
So good to know that kids would be in the space to do something for real. Atharv, if I can come to you and discuss more about how cloud is helping you in your space and making online education more seamless.
Definitely, there's been a lot of change in the last couple of years. I lead the university office at OP Jindal Global University that sort of takes care of all online and blended learning programs that we offer. And this has definitely been a reaction of the pandemic. Before the pandemic, the university has been in existence for over 12 years now. And we never thought of offering content in an online mode. But it was only after the pandemic and also definitely the national education policy that came out in 2020 that laid a lot of stress on online education and digitization of education. That is how we also got into online learning. Definitely the first reaction, the knee-jerk reaction was moving all our physical classes in an online mode that was required and necessitated by the pandemic. But then we also moved a step further and we sort of developed online degree programs on leading edtech platforms, one being Coursera, the other being Upgrad. And our first set of online degrees on Coursera were launched in September 2021. And that made Jindal the first Indian university to offer a master's degree program on Coursera. So definitely all of this has been sort of a reaction of the pandemic. If it is good or bad, I mean, I think we are too early in the whole game to say that yet. But definitely the accessibility of education, the affordability of education, and education being accessible to people around the world by just a click of a button, that is definitely prompted by this new shift.
Indeed, I completely agree with you when we talk about technology and specific to cloud. This is something which is blurring boundaries, geographical boundaries and physical boundaries, and democratizing education beyond a level. We are here to discuss more about cloud. In layman's understanding, or even in my understanding, I only can understand cloud as a storage space. But I had a little discussion before this conversation, and I got to know that it has more to do with that. And specifically to education sector. I would love to know what cloud is doing in this space and how is it developing and helping students to make it a more feasible and smoother environment.
Before I answer this question, this event is about technology, and I think all the conversations are about how great technology is. I think it's equally important to talk about some of the risks of technology. and the downsides of technology.
That's so important. Other than talking of just sugar-coated advantages, I would love to know what are the other sides.
So 2 weeks ago, I was in London having dinner with somebody who works closely with someone at Facebook who's developing the highest level technologies. While driving here, I was sitting with somebody and I was saying that I'm going to share this today. And I was asked not to, but I'm going to do it anyways. So this person told me that the top people at Facebook in this particular division, they are really scared that AI will lead to human civilization extinction in 20, 30 years from now. Now, juxtaposed with that, we need to really look at technology and be a little careful. And we run schools, we run project-based learning schools. So Vega schools are project-based learning schools. We also realize that it's almost impossible to inspire and motivate human beings online, be it children or adults. I find it almost impossible to build a new relationship or to deepen an existing relationship online. Of course, the metaverse might change that, but we don't know what's going to happen. So while we talk about putting everything in the cloud, which has value, I think it's very important to appreciate some of the things that we can only do face to face. Someone who becomes, who only focuses on technology and technology development can create a technology that can damage the world. And again, when we meet people face to face, going back to our old civilizations where you had gurus, you learned great values from people face to face in physical contact. That's something that's always a risk when technology goes too fast, especially metaverse and things that we're talking about.
And that's so right. I'm sure Saurabh is someone who would like to add on to this point, just because he sincerely believes that there is no replacement to human touch or human warmth. What would you say?
That's why I grabbed the mic. Thank you. So I mean, we all know, we all agree that balance is the key, right? And excess everything is harmful, right? In fact, in your case, though right now you need to tell whether human touch will be important and all. In fact, if I would be him, I would be narrative that I have a premium product which is not technology, right? Because now, I mean, 5 years back it was like, we have AI, AR, VR. Now it has been, we are human, HR. We are no technology, right? So I mean, I run this platform which is tech-enabled platform, right? So I can't discount the important technology, especially when we need to discount, especially when we are catering to international students all across the globe, right? And we build this brand from, based out of Noida, right? Initial 4 or 5 years, we have not even traveled, right? Now, of course, we have offices all across, but coming back to it, technology without human touch will be tough, right? It should not be the case, right? And again, coming back to it, it has to be balanced out. If we only talk about technology and we don't tame it, definitely, there's a risk of employment or unemployment, or probably there's a risk of human assistance, going away. So yeah.
Every stakeholder, not in this particular segment, but in any other domain of businesses and ventures, need to embrace technology in such manner so that we can establish a middle ground where the in-person and technology will sync and can play along. Yeah, what you have to say, Athar?
Sure, absolutely. I think technology, especially since we're talking about education, can never be a replacement for the human touch. It can only augment it at best. Because even when we are offering programs in an online mode or a blended mode, the programs are taught by professors who are humans. So you cannot replace the human element out of education, and that is here to stay. And it is definitely necessary to sort of strike the right balance, like my co-panelists have said, by also bringing in elements of live interaction, elements where students can feel more involved in the education process. So, so there are two different things here. One is the synchronous mode of learning, which was sort of forced onto us after the pandemic, where all our classes moved online. And that did definitely guarantee a face-to-face interaction with the professor, with the teacher. But there is also another side to it, which is asynchronous learning. And asynchronous is where content is available and you can access it at your own sort of convenience. But even in that sort of a setting, it's essential to make sure that the students feel involved. And that can be done only through initiatives like open office hours, which are held by the faculty live, some element of live lectures, and also apart from that, learning that is more hands-on, even in an online mode. And that can be sort of made possible by, so there's this new trend which is coming up, especially in the field of e-learning, and that is gamification. So learning through games. And that is something that was always possible in a physical setting, but there are a number of softwares which are now available even in an online mode, which can sort of help and augment in doing that. So it can never replace, but we can definitely think through and brainstorm as to how best we can integrate both together.
That's right. Sunil, if you are very persistent on experiential learning, and CCI is CCI learning for that is a focus area. How is technology helping you in establishing this whole space? And what are some of the, frameworks or approaches which are not doing really well?
So I'll just go back to one very important thing, that pandemic has been here. It is still here. It's going to come back again. So we cannot rule out the point that you might have another day coming in when you're stuck in the home for about 2 or 3 months, not able to go out. Keeping the same thing in mind, the experience that I had in the past from the previous university, what we realized was that the student is bound to get demotivated or maybe go into depression also if it's not been taken care of. We had our batch of about 120, 25 people approaching us. They were demotivated. They were actually not happy sitting at home because they had too much of their parents. So I guess people can say they had too much of their parents at that time. They want to be on campus. So CCI is trying to work out a pattern in which the experiential learning will continue. Yes, come to campus, be a part of the session. If you're bored sitting at home, you're going to have online sessions available for you at your own will. That is there. But one thing that we have brought in is the element of the wow factor we have brought in. We have brought in sessions from the experts out there, like the people you see on television, like Chef Vicky Ratnani and all these people taking the sessions for you. That actually pulls you back to the very same university where you don't want to go anymore, because NEP says you can miss out certain number of classes. So the student is not only coming in for classes, he's there because he wants to be there. He wants to meet up with those chefs. He can be in that very same kitchen, work around with his own students, with his own batchmates, bring in somebody else from engineering or some other department, and maybe file a patent. Just to highlight this thing, we had the highest number of patents in the last 2 years in the education sector compared to any year out there. So that's what we're looking at. We're trying to bring in that same factor to the student back there who has become too clumsy sitting at home for the last 2 or 3 years. Generation Z is somebody who actually has learned a lot in this time, and that is what I normally say, they have learned how to be clumsy. I've got my own cousins, I tell them on their face, you have become clumsy. And this is the only way we can bring them back. You have to bring in something motivational for them.
So here comes do you wish to add something?
I wanted to add something. You spoke of experiential learning, and I think there are two huge challenges ahead. The first is that someone said to me once that there is more tech and less ed in edtech. And that's probably one of the reasons why most edtech ventures around the world haven't really disrupted mainstream teaching and learning, at least at the school level. Now, the reason is very simple, that in order to deliver high quality teaching and learning, you need to get people to start thinking. Most edtech ventures, online teaching and learning platforms just deliver content, and it's one-way content. So edtech companies need to try to figure out how to create and deliver learning in a way that it becomes really engaging and interesting for students. As my colleague mentioned, that children don't want to sit at home, and if children don't want to sit at home, edtech won't succeed. So that's one very big piece that needs to be addressed. The second piece that needs to be addressed is that we are talking about technology today, where it's a flat screen and that's it. But 5, 10, 15 years from now, maybe even earlier, we will live in the metaverse where, thanks to virtual reality, etc., children and adults will be able to see virtual images of each other, and it might very well feel like the real thing. But then I think the biggest challenge is going to be how to humanize that, because the big problem with edtech is that the human connections, the human feeling is missing, and the physical feeling is missing. But bringing in the actual physical nuances, then how do you humanize technology? So how do you bring more ed into tech, and how do you humanize tech more? I think these are the two really important questions.
Well quoted, well put. So now, 5 years down the line, we can expect our sports period to take place online. We'll be swimming online, we'll be playing cricket online.
Are we not doing that before also with all the
Neither me.
esports or what we used to have, what we have stimulations?
The Wii, etc.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, I'm not a gamer, but don't we have or used to have that
Nintendo Wii.
Nintendo and all? So, and also one thing, because we talk about edtech, and I like the quote and I'll use it.
It's not mine, but I permit you.
At least I give the disclaimer. But see, why we always get too much into like physical class and cloud class. Internet. We talk about blockchain, right? But for blockchain, we need internet. So why we just discard the basic which is being working? So with edtech also, if you see, lots of edtech companies are going back to physical experiential classrooms now, right? So we don't need to just discard the infrastructure which has already been working. So yeah.
So Baiju's, Unacademy, the latest unicorn physics wala, everybody is coming out with their physical classrooms. Absolutely. Just because online is no replacement to physical classrooms.
In fact, for that matter, I'm sorry, I'm
Go for it.
interrupting. For that matter, any business model, whether it's D2C, they started with online, but now they have their physical stores, whether it's Nykaa, Flipkart, or whatnot. If you see online or D2C is a good way to acquire a user, and then to engage further, you need to have we are human beings. We are a social human beings. We need to meet people. That's why we're here.
Amazon is building bookstores after destroying them.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm sure these insights are absolutely coming from the users.
Absolutely.
The way the consumer behavior is changing, and it's adding up to the feedback coming back to the stakeholders and the companies to change their models and approaches. If I can come to Athar and Sunil, just to discuss the question of agility. When we talk about new gen technology and synchronizing it with the legacy universities or institutions, isn't it difficult to merge both of these? Technology is a given metrics here, but still, what are the complexities?
It is definitely difficult because when we first started out and we decided to offer online degrees, the most pressing challenge that we had was to sort of get faculty on board to actually record lectures for us, because there was so much hesitation, because as teachers, as professors, you're used to active feedback from the students. And when you're recording in a recording studio where there's a camera in front of you and just one camera person who might not be interested in the subject matter that you're teaching, that is not something that the professor is very inclined towards. And which is why we had issues with a number of professors who either were not willing to or had multiple problems when we actually started recording for these classes. Also, the infrastructure in the university needs to undergo a massive transformation, because for years, an educational institution which is used to offering classes in a physical mode, to sort of reimagine how a class could be in an online setting. Not just the class, but also to reimagine and translate both academic as well as administrative policies, which for a very long time have been geared only towards physical learning. How do we best translate them to suit the online setting? And that is not easy, because there are a number of things which as a university we cannot imagine so in our programs, more than 25% of the cohort is from outside India. So that becomes even more difficult, because designing a policy for someone who is, used to the Indian education system, and designing something for someone who's used to the European or the American education system, and bringing all of it at par at the university level is extremely difficult. And though we are already running 2 cohorts of our online programs on Coursera and 4 cohorts now of our online and blended programs on Upgrad, we are still in the process of developing all those policies. So it's not an overnight transformation. And even when you're offering programs, you learn something new every day and you bring in a change in your systems. So it's a process that is ever changing, and definitely a tough process that everyone might not be on board with. And you need that sort of vision to be able to get everyone on board. And which is why I always in the university say this particular department in the university is like either a startup within a university or a university within a university, because it's so new and people are so unaware about this at all levels that it takes a lot of persuasion in order to get things done. So definitely it is a challenge.
I mean, with more positive projections, we can say that we are on the right path, but we have just started, but we are on the right path. Sunil, if you can add to this, CCI, I mean, the existence of CCI is huge enough to discuss about it, but CCI learning is something new. You have, congratulations on that. You have entered that space, but what's challenging in there? What challenges do you face when it comes to propose this online setup to the traditional stakeholders? What do you have to say about it?
So to be clear about this part, the platform is not something like an online platform. It's actually a skill-based on-campus platform. But yes, we will ensure if a student goes back to his home or maybe he's not able to attend the campus, he can go online and get assessed on that very same pattern.
This is something new, but this
Yes.
is something new.
But it's
So
there-
how
it's there
to
out there in other
incorporate,
countries.
how to incorporate this into the traditional frameworks of education? That's
So just to be a person, how many of you have actually HM graduates here? Anybody who's an HM graduate, hotel management graduate? I think the service people, chefs are here. So they would have realized I'm actually a person with my internship in this very same hotel, Hotel Imperial. This used to be my area, the ballroom, grand ballroom. So what we used to do was come to the place, work for about 12 hours, maybe 14 hours, maybe 18 hours sometimes in a day. And we fill up a logbook, a single page column will fill, we'll go back to campus. We'll make a PPT, which is just like available online. It was there at that time also. And you make a thick report. I had a bad handwriting, so nobody could read my writing. So I'll read my thing to the person. He's very happy you made the right report, even though it is not there in that document. What has happened is the hotels over the time have actually actually come into a culture that a person who's actually getting out of the hotel management program will be okay with 12, 14,000, maximum 20,000. So that's the biggest thing that we are facing right now, biggest problem we are facing right now. We have to make the students aware about this part that you can get a better package if you go through our program. And we have to make the hotels also aware about the part that people who are coming out of this program can actually be given a better package. So that is one picture that we are looking at. Second thing, what we actually have been able to do is that we have been able to bring in people who are hardcore chefs. They're not academicians. We have academicians available out there who can come in for about 6 to 8 hour sessions in a week, and that's good enough for us. We want people who are actually chefs, people who have been into industry, worked into F&B service, food and beverage service, who have worked into front office department, like you met downstairs. So they are the ones who are taking the sessions. They make the student aware how you're supposed to talk and how you're supposed to get yourself recorded. One thing in India which is missing right now is video resume. But my colleagues out there who are aware about this part outside the country, video resume matters a lot. So we're trying to work towards that thing. So by the time our first batch is ready for a graduation, these things would have been smoothened out. They'll be in a position of going in front of a customer and talk. And if in that VR thing kicks in, they'll be able to record their own session, maybe make you taste something while being in front of camera, and you've got something like virtual food coming in the mouth in the next 2 or 3 years, hopefully.
I must comment on the optimism all you leaders have. Online and technology play is working absolutely well for higher educations and degree courses or graduation, but it is still a challenge in school years, in the formative years, in the kindergarten, if we talk about. Sandeep, you would be the right person to comment on this. How is technology helping kids to, come into play. Also, there has been a mindset shift, just because for kids and children, it has been really taxing and difficult to adapt to the changing natures and environments of learning. Learning patterns are changing, the environment is changing. Uh, could you please touch on this?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. Now, at Vega schools, we feel we've solved one big problem, two big problems. One is that learning is generally quite boring, and it's boring because it's a one-way instruction where teachers doing all the work. There's an old saying that he or she who does the work does the learning. So we are able to make, through real world projects and real world problems, make learning interesting for children. So that's one problem solved. The second big problem that we believe we've solved is that learning has to be relevant and real world. And we should be able to create, um, uh, create the kind of learning that will make children come up with new and better ways of doing things, rather than just learning about what's already been done. We call it depth of knowledge 4. It's the highest level of depth of knowledge. I think it's also important to end with India. We all live in India, and it's very important to talk about the future of India and think, we are a country that today has solved the bandwidth problem, internet bandwidth speed problem. The big problem that we have is that the online learning that we are imparting is still very old world, very traditional. And we always believe that one must start with the end in mind. So the end is the assessment or the exam. The problem with technology today is that it can assess children when there's only one answer to the question. So you ask a question through a screen and the child answers, there's just one right answer and problem solved. But the problem with questions that have only one right answer is that they don't develop real intelligence. So through artificial intelligence, it is possible to craft questions in such a way that don't have one right answer. And if we can do that, if we can create online tests and exams where there's no right answer, then there'll be a lot of pressure on teachers throughout the country to teach differently. So we start with the end in mind, and we transform teaching and learning. We transform how teachers deliver the learning. So that's a big challenge for everyone here who's an ed tech expert. Can they use AI to change how assessments are done so that teaching itself gets transformed?
So good to know things are changing for the good. And I mean, you did mention about parental intervention, just because of the given technology coming into play and all online classes. If anybody would like to touch upon how culture is changing of teaching and learning both. I mean, this is a very encouraging environment right now we do have in India in education segment, but still, how is the culture changing and what are the positive consequences?
Definitely. So the culture is definitely changing when we talk about online learning, and when we talk about people from all around the world being a part of one single program at the same time, which was not possible earlier. Or people used to move abroad and then pursue degrees and adjust to a new surrounding. But today, you're able to sit in the comfort of your home and use channels like, so we at the university use Slack as a channel of communication between students. So you can use Slack and you can talk to your fellow classmates, to your professors who are sitting in different countries around the world. Some of them are fresh graduates, some of them are working professionals. Some of them are practicing diplomats, working diplomats, people who are working in the United Nations system. So there's greater amount of exchange of information when it comes to degree programs. And I think that is sort of changing the culture of learning as a whole, where you're not restricted to people of your age group or your demographic background, but you have the opportunity to learn from people who are doing different things and sort of work with them collaboratively.
In fact, so when I interact with the students who are going abroad, because most of our students come to us when they're going abroad. So I tell everyone the same thing. If you're going abroad, you're not going for academics. Indian education system, degree system, very good, right? Well known and all. But when you go abroad, it's mainly the exposure. It's mainly the culture understanding and culture learning by interacting with other nationalities, right? So again, as I mentioned, online definitely, it's cost effective, it's more accessible, it's more personalized also, but it has to be supplemented or complemented with physical education, because that's where you make human interaction, that's where you make friends, that's where you meet your business partners. So that's how you learn about culture. Otherwise, I don't know what's been cooked in France. I will not be coming to CCI to learn that dish, because I have never heard or never experienced it. So physical and online needs to be integrate quite well, and that's what form culture.
If we can do a quick poll, Athar, Sunil, Saurabh, and Sandeep, online, offline, and hybrid. What do you say?
Hybrid, yeah.
Has to be hybrid.
I think it's a very easy answer, hybrid, but it's not as simple as that. I think
It's always good to have, listen from you what you say, just because it's easier to quote in the headlines. So hybrid is the way forward. And
for today, it's offline. The day until tech has more ed in it, it's offline. The day tech has more ed in it, maybe hybrid.
yeah, we need to work towards that. Yeah?
And until tech is also more realistic.
We are talking too much about education, edtech. It can't happen that we can't talk about books. If I can just throw my final question to you, what is your favorite book or one book you would like to recommend? Athar?
I'm not sure if, this is a recommendation per se, because I am a big fiction person. And my all-time favorite book is The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy. It's something that I can go back to always, and it's something that sort of puts me in the experience of
That's
the
amazing. Sunil,
protagonists.
yours?
So being a chef right from that class 8 of mine, my book is supposed to be Larousse, so which I actually feed on. So that's one. It's a huge book. It's like a Bible we call of our culinary field. So I end up going back to the very same. I'm actually bored or not feeling happy, and that's what I go back to. Fiction, yes, there actually something very useful. The Notebook, that book is there. I enjoy that one. And then lots more, because I have a long to
I'm
travel.
exactly opposite of Athar. I'm into more realistic stories, just because I love to listen to stories, listen to people, and that's the reason I love all the books of Sudha Murthy. So, what do you have in your?
So again, I'm not the avid reader, right? But I've been consuming lots of podcasts. Yeah, and but if I need to name a book, then it has to be start with why, right? Again, the same fact. It talks about a lot of leadership. It talks about what is the factor behind for anything doing anything. So yeah.
That's good. Go for it.
It's hard to pick a favorite book, but a book that really influenced me a lot in the last few months is a book written for children. It's a book called Paper Dolls.
So nice, so nice. This has been a lovely, lively, and insightful conversation. My sincere gratitude to all the panelists. Thank you so much for being a good audience. Thank you.
Hello. Resham, what's your favorite book? I think I missed that one. I was busy checking Google Pay in logo key. I think I missed yours then. Good. Thank you so much, everybody. Please give it up for them once again. A group picture, please.
Thank you.
Okay, after online, offline, or hybrid, it's time to move towards a next panel, which is on Blueprint 2030, Policy Making for Future India. Thank you so much. And thank you, Risham, for moderating that. Okay, next session, Blueprint 2030, Policy Making for Future India. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Vijay Kumar, Research Professor, Center for Informatics, Shiv Nadar University, NCR, Delhi. Abhishek Mohan Gupta, Pro-Chancellor and Member, Governing Body, Jagran Lake City University. Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Executive Editor, BW Applause. And the session will be moderated by Urvi Srivastav, Editorial Lead, BWESG, BW Business World. Warm welcome.
So apparently we have some damage control to do here even before the panel has started. So let's just wait for a minute. Let's just clean this up and then we'll start with our discussion today. So this is our final panel for the day, and it is going to be, okay, apparently not. So we have one more panel after this, following which we have our 40 under 40 awards, which will be about 5:15 p.m. onwards. I would request everybody to stay back and cheer on our winners for the day.
A bit of cleaning to do. We'll wait for that.
All right, looks like we're good to go. So as we can see, our topic for today is education in 2030 and what's the plan ahead. Well, education, as we all know and are well aware and have been through, is a very important part of our life. I need not reiterate that, given that we've had a multitude of speakers before us over here laying emphasis on the same. So let's just start with the discussion. Okay, Mr. Kumar, the first question is for you. What is the government agenda for 2030? How much have we achieved it as of now? And what is left to be done?
Well, I will say what I think. What I think should be our agenda for 2030. I think we need to have more institutions of higher standing, international higher standing. And I was just thinking about it that by 2030, I mean, right now we do not have even single institution in the top 100 institutions around the world. Even though I know personally many top scientists in the country, like Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and some research centers and IITs. So there are many, many outstanding people, but still we have not made into the top 100 institution, which is really a pity. And whereas, as I was telling you, China was way behind us, but there are several universities from China in the top 100. So I would say that we have to raise a standard of our institutions much higher. We have to spend more. We have to attract lot bright students, teachers, and and try to make at least 5 to 10 universities by 2030 in the top 100. And I would say that our spending on education is still rather low. So these days, the government is spending a lot of money on different projects, whether it is helping farmers or poorer people. And I think education is something which will uplift our country to a much higher orbit and help everybody. So I would say that government should spend as soon as possible, much higher money and change many of our university into a much better institution. That's all I would say.
Right, Mr. Gupta, your take. Mr. Kumar has highlighted about the higher education very well. And what would you have to say about the primary and secondary education in the country? What are the milestones we can expect to be covered by 2030?
Good evening, everyone. I think the new education policy has brought a very fresh breath of air in the whole education system. If you read the policy very carefully, it has got so many dimensions. I think one of the biggest milestones will be to get the policy implemented itself. If you read through the policy, if I specifically talk about the school education, they're forcing a drastic change. And I don't know how much the system or the way the school education especially is laid out, how many schools will be able to really achieve what they want them to achieve. So I think one of the biggest milestones which the government should expect is to support and handhold the institutions which are there already, instead of focusing on opening new institutions and pushing just for the numbers. Even if the government achieves what 50% of what they're trying to achieve, I think that will be a great milestone. Looking at the school education, where a lot of students are still studying in the government schools, and the kind of initiative which they are trying to push, which are I believe they are great initiatives, but it also requires a lot of money to get those kind of initiatives really coming into the right direction. I think that is one of the areas. Another area where government is really pushing is to increase the gross enrollment ratio, and I think that's been talked about so many places. But I personally feel if government really wants to achieve a 2030 milestone, which they believe, they really need to bring in, especially in the higher education, the private institution at the same level of trust and same level of focus as they are doing in the for the government universities, because I believe private universities are more aggressive. They really want to achieve high standards, but I think somewhere down the line, if the government supports them in a similar way in terms of funding, in terms of support and infrastructure and other things, I think their goal to achieve the gross enrollment ratio will be, if not fulfilled, but will really be close to it. So I think that's my two takes on this.
Okay, so we've learned about some new initiatives that are being implemented. And as they say that well begun is half done. But at the same time, it would be great to know tangible outcomes. So Mr. Amin, I would like to ask you, what are the key initiatives that the government is taking, or even private universities are taking right now, so that we can have better enrollment and a better quality output by 2030?
Thanks, Urvi. Thanks for the earlier comments. I have a slightly outside view to this and not a practitioner, but these are very valid points. I think in the previous discussion that we had, the focus is on the impact of education now. It's no longer like, earlier, if you see 5 to 10 years back, the focus was on the 80 acre and 100 acre campus. I think now that is shifting to the real impact, because as some people say, if I'm permitted to use the word, it's not there's no grazing grounds. We're not building real estate. We need to create impact. I think there has been a policy shift where people are recognizing that, more than the fancy infrastructure, we need actual education which can bridge the skill gap. Because if you look at the statistics, India churns out millions of students, but most of them are not employable, So this government has taken that into consideration, and a lot of focus is taking place on that, and also interdisciplinary, things are becoming a reality. Someone mentioned earlier that somebody who was studying philosophy then took to physics, and that was allowed, so many of us, who might be artists are trapped in MBAs, I think we need to let that be real. Now the focus is shifting towards that part, but there's a long way to go. I think that may be also a very city-centric and, super specialist institutions, might be practicing it. I think there's a long way to go. It has to reflect across the districts and cities of India, which might take time. But of course, the focus is there. The government has got the its act together, and we'll see the results. Of course, it will take time given the size of the country and the number of students and the institutions we have.
Yes, that's very true. It's going to take time. I came across an interesting statistic that we have 10 lakh unemployed engineers today. Of course, given the size of our country, it seems like a small number, but for those facing it, it's an entire lifestyle issue that erupts and an entire career issue. So having said that, this is just one of the many issues that plagues the education sector today, which is the lack of employability of students. So Mr. Kumar, what is your take? What are the other drawbacks that we have today that is stopping us from reaching our full potential in the Indian education market?
Again, I will talk about higher education because I'm involved more in research. So I have lived in different parts of the world, Japan, Germany, and so on. And what I noticed that there is a quite good link between universities and industry. And for employability, it is good that the students get some exposure with the industry so that they become familiar. So I would say that, and there are discussions. I'm in Humanizing University, so we have been having discussions. So it's just 10 years old and it's already institution of eminence. And Mr. Gupta mentioned about support to private institutions. So I would say that we get a lot of funding from government agencies for research. So it is not that the private institutions are not getting. The thing is that good institutions, whether they are in public or private, are much less as compared to what we should have. So we need to increase that number much more, very significantly, so that our talented students, they don't go out, but they remain in the country and contribute to the country, I would say. Okay, so this is one thing I would say that interaction with the industry will help for improving the employability of our children. The other thing would be that better education. So you produce BTech, they have just the degree. And some days ago, I was reading that there are some institutions where don't have to go, just you can get your degree and be at home. So this is the kind of
future
scenario.
of education. I hope that's not the future of education.
No, that I have another take.
Which institute was this?
I don't remember, but something like this I read. So I think we should need to take education much more seriously and raise its level so that people coming out of the education institutions, they are well trained. And so they need to, this training is forever, even though, but they can directly get, they are in the employable level, not just that they have to be trained further. That's what I would say.
Right, Mr. Gupta, and what is your take? So what kind of training, training is too strong a word to use for children, but what kind of education should we impart to school-going people, to school-going children in 2022, so that by 2030, when they're ready to hit the collegiate system, that they're well equipped to enter the workforce after that? What kind of training should we imbibe which is not already there?
I think talking about school education, I think one of the major roadblocks which I feel is the rote learning. I think that has to go away and more practice-based learning needs to come in. Student needs to be exposed to various career options. I think that's one of the very basic thing which needs to be taken care, because by the time the student understands in grade 11 and that to a very, very broad areas of engineering and medical and commerce. I mean, careers are way beyond these three areas now. And when I see a lot of students across our schools, by 11, they have practically no clue what's happening. I think so. Exposure of careers way down at the grade 6, 7th grades is required. And I think the government is also trying to do that. They've introduced the apprenticeship program in the new education policy. But again, as I said, I mean, announcing a policy is one thing, but how practically it's going to be implemented, which professional or a doctor I can send 300 students in a day to get exposed to that career. If the doctor will not be able to handle these kind of people, and these kind of problems will happen more in smaller cities than on the bigger cities because the resources are limited. So I think one of the biggest drawbacks, and I would sound very critical about the whole policy, is announcing a policy is a easier way to do things, but how it's going to be implemented. So many things are getting announced day by day, every day, be it higher education, be it school education. But no one is able to tell us what the roadmap has to be taken. And everyone is getting confused, do this first, do that first. And it's just getting all mixed up. So I think one of the critical thing the government really needs to take care of is to put a defined roadmap on how step by step, because every institution is not so evolved to understand themselves. So I think that is one of the biggest drawbacks I feel has to be taken care of.
Our drawbacks can be seen with the new policies that are coming out, like the NEP that came out in 2020. And despite that, we have an ever increasing dropout rate, especially after COVID and in rural areas. So, Mr. Amin, what's your take as somebody who is not a part of the education sector? How do you see the government addressing these issues? Where are they going wrong? As somebody who is completely unbiased, who is seeing it in a second-hand way.
Yeah, I mean, so I can be totally unfiltered in my comments. So one is, the way teachers are perceived, I think largely everyone, and I know how many will agree, there is a last option for a lot of people and they land up there, But if you tweak it around and make it the most highest paid, for example, like a corporate job, I think things may change around. I don't know what is stopping people from making education jobs the highest paid jobs. I think that can kind of upturn the entire system, Imagine attracting the best talent. They don't go there. That's the last option. I mean, sadly, that is true in most of the cases, not everyone, because due respect, a lot of people want to teach also. I think that's one of the big drawback of this. And second is the contextual, our curriculum has to reflect current realities, It does not. It is like, it's there, you mug up, you score, and the emphasis on the score. While we are talking here, we go back, we'll pull up our kids, like what is their score? What was their score? I think it has to stop somewhere. We have to get to education and move beyond the qualification part of it. I think it's easier said than done. But I think that mindset shift is the most important part. How will it happen? I think we're all moving towards it. But of course, in evolution, it will take its own course.
Yes.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I was telling you.
Yes.
So it's the right opportunity. So I was talking to Urvi before the session was starting, and I would request our media people to popularize what is good things happening in the country. It's not that good things are not happening in research institutions, and also not only in India, what are the new developments. Some coverage is there, but it's too little. And young people should be aware that this is what is happening, and they feel excited that they can also do it. The second thing I would say, and there also this role of media is there, that the public. So I was in Germany, and if in Germany you say that you are a professor in the university, your reputation is at the top. People respect you so highly. It is not that they are paid the most, but simply for professors, the respect is so high. In some other institutions also this morning it was mentioned. And it is not the last choice, because people want to go to engineering because they can get a job. If you do BSc, MSc, then people will ask, what are you going to do? Maybe become a teacher or something like that. So it is not like this. I mean, I think we need to do a lot more research, and in our universities, a lot more thrust should be in research, and it is a pleasure actually. So, I mean, I'm involved in research, world-class research, and I consider it as a privilege that we can get the support and we do what we want to do. I mean, if you are in a job elsewhere, then you are told this has to be done and there's a project and all that. You don't have so much freedom. But in research, we have all the freedom. We take up a problem. The challenge is you have to work very, very hard, but in other disciplines also people work very hard.
I mean, with due respect to all the teachers, of course, if India has become the back end of the world in technologies, of course, because of somewhere we have excelled, of course, in the medical science. Of course, we cannot, forget
So
those stories.
I would say that I was telling this also to Urvi, that children of every family, whether they are rich or poor, they need a teacher. They cannot teach themselves. So whether it is online or offline, you need a teacher. So I think our society should give a lot of respect to this profession and make it, besides money, I mean, it is good that people get paid well, but we cannot compete with some other profession, because people who are in business, they earn money. In education, we don't make so much money actually. So the salary wise, I don't know if we can make a comparison. But respect-wise, if these in the society there is a respect for this profession, that their children are getting education, good education, because there is a teacher, and media plays its role, I think the situation will change. That's my feeling.
Yes, I was reading somewhere that in the one of the Nordic countries, education and being a teacher is one of the highest paid and one of the most
Higher
respected professions
say
there.
highest
So you
paid,
have to be something like a batch topper to get into that field. It's not for everybody over there, at least. And yes, I agree with you that media has its role to play. There's a reason we call it fourth pillar of democracy. So having said that, apart from the role of the media and the reputation of a teacher in society, which has to be escalated, as you rightly mentioned, what else can be done in the education sector, Mr. Kumar, so that we can achieve our education targets by 2030, and we can, become something like the education capital of the world, because we have, as we say, engineering colleges around every nook and corner, which is a common saying in the country. What is wrong, and why are we not able to tackle it? What is the path henceforth?
Yeah, I think we discussed, the first thing is that the investment on education is far, far low. So we need to take it to maybe 3-4% at least. Make research. There are, I mean, just a few days ago on LinkedIn, I was seeing that India is among the 5th, I think, in the world in publishing research papers. But are we making that much impact? So we are publishing a lot in different universities, but how much impact does it make? So I would say the infrastructure must improve. So that people who go out, many of the talented people, maybe not at doing their BTech or something, but many people doing masters and PhD, quite a large fraction of people move out of our even top institutions like IITs. So our infrastructure has to improve a lot. So I was telling to Urvi that we are making roads at such a high speed. Why not our science and technology minister say, okay, this year 1 lakh crore is going to be spent for research infrastructure. We are spending several lakh crore on roads. That is important, but the same important is education and research. So our government should take it as like a emergency kind of a priority if you want to compete with China. I have seen China in last 30 years changing it remarkably. I mean, I visited first in '86. And when I go to China nowadays, I can see transformation. They want to keep competition to USA. So I think we have to take education and research in the same highest priority. There's a lot of priority, but attract good talent, employ, this like putting seeds in many, many universities. I think most of our public universities are also, when I think of how much research is coming out from there, meaningful research, impactful research, there's hardly any. So even though we have so many public universities, so we should have many, many more private universities. Government should support those universities also. And public universities should become we should install seeds of excellence, 1 or 2 centers. And I used to tell when I was abroad, I used to meet several top people. I used to say that we need a IIT-like institution in a radius of 100 kilometers in every part of the country. So we need good institutions like this so that the student not need to travel far away. And they can feel that there's a nearby educational institution, whether it's private or public support, they can go and have a good education.
Mr. Amin, what's your take on the same? So what can be done? You've discussed at length what the problems are, what the issues are. What are the solutions now?
Taking on from what Sir said, education is for public good and we're all stakeholders. We don't have to, unfortunately, we call it an industry, not rightly so. I think it has to cease being a profit-making machine, the sector. It needs to look at the broader public good, the real, genesis of this, in the institution. I think they need to keep that in context. I'll just cite an example. I'm not politically affiliated to any, but the Delhi model of how they have disrupted school education needs to be looked at and really maybe replicated across. You have ordinary people, low barrier, no money needed. They can have equal opportunities and the best teachers and the best infrastructure. I think that is disruptive. I think we have somewhere become shops. Unfortunately, there's an outside perspective. And we need to stop making shops out of institutions and let them do the service they're meant to do. I think that might actually change the things where we are stuck.
Right, Mr. Gupta, what about the primary and secondary education? Because by the time we reach our college life, we are more than halfway through our education career, formally at least. Learning, of course, never stops. But having said that, how can we train the children so that they can be, they are given certain incentives to say, stay back in the country and participate in research, like Mr. Kumar is saying. From the early onset, we associate education with job. How can we change that, say, by 2030?
I think doing a job is like a byproduct, and it's more from the society point of view. Just combining everything, as Dr. Kumar said, I think teacher position has to be aspirational. I think it's still not aspirational. And a lot of thing has to go into that. And it's a cycle. If a teacher is not teaching being aspirational or being a motivated enough as a teacher, it reflects back to the children. And when the children sees the low quality of education, it reflects them on their decision. And then they start feeling the YouTubes and everything are far more better. Why should I go to the institution? If the teacher has to really just say what's there on the internet and not adding value in the classroom. Another aspect where I feel if we make the school education more interactive than one-way communication, I think that's very, very important. And once we start doing that, children will see the impact, children will see the value of coming to the school. And as I again said, our system of a system to evaluate which are the right institutions and which are not the right institution. As Amin was saying, that we have somewhere turned like shops. We really need to see how we can build good institutions. Instead of adding numbers, focus on the quality institution. Even if one region or one district has one good school, instead of having hundreds of bad schools or average schools, I think that will change a lot. The government has really come out with a good model of hub and spoke, where a good school in particular region is helping the smaller schools to build up. I think these kind of initiative needs to be pushed more. Even it's the responsibility of the bigger schools to extend the hand of support to the smaller schools and bring them up to a good level. I think some of these initiatives will really turn the tide, and it's going to take time. India is a huge country, a lot of students. Some impact here and there will not be seen as a big impact. So it will take time. We have to be patient, and we have to work our way up. from there.
Right, hub and spoke in the education sector is something new for me. I've heard about hub and spoke in the public distribution system for food distribution at the local level. So having said that, let's bring a new perspective. We've spoken about what the job market might want, about how the students might be trained. But what is it that the students want out of the education sector? Because a lot of times we focus on grades and making them ready for a certain kind of employment. But what about the education experience? Mr. Kumar, let's start with you. What does the student of today want?
Oh, I have to become a student.
We are all students, lifelong students.
Yes, yes. Well, I would think that any student and also their parents, they would like that their children get good education. And as been mentioned that, say the earlier model of education, we make notes by hand, and then I used to, when I was studying, go to the library, consult several books, prepare my notes very neatly, work day and night kind of way of life. Now when I teach, actually I take very few because I do research predominantly, but I do take a few classes. And I teach from my own because I teach the subject which I'm the international, one of the international authority. So I just tell them that, you see, my notes are good enough, but you feel free because on internet, so much is available. So the books which were written 10 years ago, maybe to some extent outdated because things are changing so fast. So the teachers have to keep changing, make the subject attractive enough for content. Every year we have to upgrade what we are telling to the students, and also some problem solving, because that makes understanding better. We used to do also like discussion, give some topic. They will read from research papers or wherever they can. Collective, this morning also I like that very much, and collective learning. So give some student collectively, okay, you study this thing. So people, the student, I have done it once. They go and read and then ask them to present. And so it is a collective, they learn from each other. We collaborate in research, we learn from each other among the institution also. So I feel that every student expect that they get good and they will be serious, become more serious when the teacher is serious. The teacher is teaching well. Multidisciplinary, more opportunities. This was also mentioned in the morning. So in Shivanara University, right from the beginning, the emphasis is on multidisciplinary research, multidisciplinary learning, and also research. So we had 4 years undergraduate program, which was there only in Shivanara University and ISC, I think. And then UGC stopped, and now in NEP, again, 4 years undergraduate program is there. So it has been pioneering in this way, and that's why in a short span of 10 years, it has become institution of eminence. So I would say that the expectation of a student is to be able to choose, not just a stereotype that you can study physics or chemistry or something like that. So people like in chemistry, they can also, there is a now program, they can also learn business. They can take classes in MBA, some classes of MBA. So multidisciplinary will make the employability will be better for the student because they are getting more exposed to different disciplines. And maybe their liking may change. Today you go to this subject, but you get exposure to another. They may feel that, no, this is a better thing for me to do. So I think this multidisciplinary will be a good thing for the future. And anyway, the teachers have to be good. We have to deliver.
I think the pressure is on the teachers as much as it is on the students now to perform well. Right. So with that, let's open the floor for the audience questions. If we have anybody who would like to ask our panelists anything. I would request to give them the mic, please.
One hand, I just want to ask, she is saying 10 lakh engineers are not working. But we are facing different challenge. We are not getting people. Even today morning, Economic Times states 8.5 lakh vacancies are there in the IT sector. And all these Infosys and all these guys are really struggling to get the guys. I am also struggling. I need 500 people to work with me. I already have 500 people. I need another 500. But I don't really get, I'm based out of Noida. It's a central place. All the colleges, everything is there, but there is no people, especially in the IT sector, in the coding, PHP, Laravel, all this JavaScript. These people are just not available. They are saying they will only work for 5 days. How can I do it? Because other people are working for 6 days. If I really hire them for 5 days, then it will create a whole lot of problem for me. And if they are getting 50,000 rupees. Next month they say, okay, no, I'm getting job at 60,000. Yeah. Okay, fine, 60,000 is okay. Next month, okay, they say, no, I'm getting 75,000, bye-bye. No, please be there because सारा website तो तेरे पास ही है, सारी language तेरे पास है.
Demand supply problem.
This is I'm a very small organization. I feel जो मेरा problem है, तो कैसे ये industry का और universities का जो connect है, जो missing है, कि 10 लाख लोग इंजीनियर्स अनएम्प्लॉयड है, कॉलेजेस इंजीनियरिंग के बंद हो रहे हैं, और मैं कह रहा हूं कि इंजीनियर्स हैं ही नहीं, सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हैं ही नहीं, या जैसे अभी आपने बताया कि इंडिया इज ए बैक एंड ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, बट लोग है कहां पे?
I think it's again a quality issue. I think again, we have numbers, but those numbers of no use, unfortunately. So again, we have to go back to the drawing room and have.
We are ready to train them. We have a program. We pay them 2 months salary just to train them.
Right.
Because we are not getting people.
So I tell you where it stems from. I just want to intervene where Urvi's last question was about education from students' perspective. I think one missing factor is making education fun. I think we've made it tedious. Go to a normal class. I don't know how many have really visited a classroom in the last few years, apart from those who are running institutions. People are really disinterested at times, but they're in the class. The teacher is still teaching. I think we need to address it, and we close our eyes to this fact. I think we need to make
One
it.
factor which I want to raise, because since you are policy people, in India, GST is 18% on education. This is something which is not done. Sir, 5% करो ना GST.
But sir,
आज आपके पास अभी education minister ने.
Sorry. I think there was one more question. I think that gentleman had. So we can take one last question there.
I can make a short comment.
Yeah.
I think I was thinking about it. There could be every year some projection by the government, which are the areas where there is a demand or going to be demand of so many people. So that there should be a public awareness that where is there better employability. Now everybody goes computer science नहीं मिला, mechanical ले लो, mechanical नहीं मिला, electrical ले लो, civil ले लो, job मिल गया वो ले लो, engineering हो गया तो कुछ ना कुछ job मिल जाएगा. So that's the way. I mean, people don't study what they enjoy to study. It's a big drawback
प्रधान
here.
जी ने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया, 25.5 करोड़ लोग हैं 15 से 25 की एज में.
I'm sorry, there is a gentleman. I think at the
11
end.
करोड़ आदमी पढ़ रहा है और 14 करोड़ आदमी पढ़ ही नहीं रहा.
Sir, can I just request you to take this question off stage once we're done? We have a few more people who would like to ask. So much.
Good evening. My name is Tarun. I have a similar question actually. I run a small startup, a vocational education college in Delhi. Hiring people is becoming a really big challenge. And I want to talk it in the context of new education policy. We are still talking about that national eligibility test for assistant professors. I mean, how good that test is for, producing good teachers. I think it's still we are talking about national education policy right in the middle of pandemic, at the start of the pandemic. And that national eligibility test, which stems, comes from rote learning. Where are we heading, The past is past, but where is the present and future? Thank you.
So the question is related to this. Can I raise the question? Yeah.
We can take both of them together, both the questions.
It's a supplement question.
Please.
You see, all the education is for employment. And the government has no employment. The companies are failing because of many reasons. Technology changes, policy changes, pandemic, and many others. So my question goes, to the learned people around on the dais, that why the education is not oriented towards, giving employment, developing an industry, developing a skill where one can do some business rather than to seek for an employment, sir. That's the question.
Well, I can make a small comment here because, I do not have my personal experiences, but I see in Shivanadar University that many students, they become entrepreneurs. And there is a Atal Incubation Center also. There are opportunities to students to go, and if they have an idea, and then if the idea is good, then somebody can come and maybe make funding to those ideas. So I think this is happening in some institutions, but I will not say in most institutions. In some IITs also, there are now some places where they can have these incubation centers, and some students, if they have an idea. So I think this is happening, and this should happen on a much larger scale. And this can happen on a larger scale when many more institutions are of higher level, that the education is such that people are very well trained, they have the confidence that they can start something new and be successful. It's required a lot of, it's a big challenge. You start with an idea and get failed. It is possible. So when our education will be of a good level, people have good understanding, then they will have confidence that they start with an idea and they can be successful. This is what my feeling is.
Okay, so with that, we have to wind up the panel now. If there are any further questions, I would request to take them off stage once we are done with this discussion. So I would like to thank the audience as well as our panelists today for taking out the time. Thank you for listening to us so intently with all your patience and all your focus. And thank you for participating today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, all our panelists and our moderator as well. Before we move ahead, may I please request all our friends in the audience to occupy the front row seats, please. We're moving towards the end, the awards await us. So, क्योंकि हम education की बात करें, also backbenchers, no toppers, just backbenchers. So you're not interested at all. He's still not. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, our next panel discussion is on evaluation in the era of digital education. And please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Dr. Aman Mittal, Vice President, Lovely Professional University, Professor Sanjeev Marwa, Director, JK Business School, Dr. R.S. Rai, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. And the session will be moderated by Sugandh Bhair, Editorial Lead, BW People, BW Business World. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Last session of the day, we can see some more amount of enjoyment, I believe. Well, first of all, I welcome everybody on board. It'll be a pleasure, I believe, to interact on such an interactive topic. Me and Dr. Sanjeev, Mr. Sanjeev were also just having a small chat outside the room, discussing about the various aspects and the various parameters of the new age education with the onset of digital era, of course. We can begin with the opening comments, Mr. Sanjeev, from you. Let's start from you. One, first of all, we'd like to know what are your thoughts about how the education system used to be and how has it changed post-pandemic?
Yeah, last session has to be assessments only. Assessments have been very important and integral part of society, I would say. Socrates said, unexamined life is not worth living. And when we talk about education, we need to see what are we teaching, what is the student learning, what are the learning outcomes. And it definitely starts, as somebody mentioned, in the first session, you're supposed to take a feedback of what they know before they come to the classroom. Almost from pre-nursery level where you have interviews before you join the school. In a business school where I teach to check up the suitability of the student, you need to carry out what we call diagnostic analysis before the student is in. And diagnostic assessments have become very different today with the help of digitization. And it's not only the diagnostic assessments, even the assessments which takes place during the formative teaching of the courses also has undergone a complete change. From what it used to be a weekly test, which would come back to the student in another 2 weeks' time. Today, you have a 5-minute quiz at the end of the week, and the results are given immediately as soon as the test gets completed. Formative assessments did not only had a role for the students' learning outcomes, but also had the responsibility to give the feedback to the teachers as to what is the extent of learning, where are gaps, and where the teacher needs to modulate his learning effort so that the learning outcomes are much better as they would have envisaged initially. Of course, end of the term, midterm assessments were all what we colloquially refer as summative assignments, very heavy weightage. Everybody is pushing hard for summative assessments, and then he would know whether he is qualified or not qualified. The digital age, definitely they have also become digitalized. Almost all end-term exams in the last 2 years have happened on the digital platforms. There are challenges, as we discussed before coming here. There are a lot of noises about cheating taking place in those end-term exams, but we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Cheat sheets, as the word goes by, we started in 2010. And 12 years later, if students are able to draw out some time and take some cheating notes with them, why can't we allow them to confer between themselves in the final exam? That's a debate for another day. But assessments definitely have gone completely digitized right from the entry level to the end of the term level. And that is part of the world that we are living in. I do not expect too many changes happening here because there are a whole lot of efforts that come up that has gone into making those programs, making those assignments and assessments and the plethora of questions that we have. I think even in the blended learning that we have today, the assessments would definitely be more towards digitalization and less towards physical writing of papers.
Also, I feel that with the onset of digital era, actually, we're talking more about the blended learning aspect. Earlier, it was just more of a vocab, and there wasn't much of an emphasis onto it, I would say. But, in today's time, I'm also, seeing people from the younger age, as you said that, yes, there are certain amount of challenges that they're dealing with, but actually they are more accessible to this concept of blended learning. So if you would like to give in your comments onto it, as is blended learning the way forward, or is it just a fad? Is it just for the time being? Or do you think that something else might pop in or a new concept?
I would agree with you that it is the way forward because we don't have any other choice. We have to adopt it now. It has already come and we have to adopt it. You see that I also agree with Sir what he spoke about formative and summative assessment. When we are assessing or when we are evaluating, it starts with assessing whether a student has remembered or not. Just now I heard someone spoke about rote learning. So remembering, and then it goes to understanding, and then whether a student is able to analyze or not, whether he is able to apply that or not, and whether he or she is able to create or not. So from remembrance to create what we call as Bloom's taxonomy. Then when we talk about evaluation, and as you have said, in blended learning mode, we have a lot of tools available.
Right.
And this has opened a huge lot of tools to the faculty also, to the students also, to assess them during the semester, at the end of the semester also. You can utilize rubrics, you can utilize multiple choice questions online, and then you have opportunity that you can pop up the questions in front of students randomly. And not only the questions, the options of the questions can also go random. And in our pen and paper method, teachers used to take huge lot of time to assess. But here the student is getting immediate feedback as soon as he has appeared in the examination online, or what you say, digital evaluation. Then you have sort of, in the beginning, when you are preparing the curriculum, you know that how I have to assess the student. When you're making the curriculum in now today's scenario, in outcome-based education, you have course learning outcome, the program learning outcome in your mind, and accordingly you are designing your curriculum, you are giving the study tools to the students. And now the era is gone where we have to give just only one textbook that you go through it and finish. You have to give a lot of references also. You have to give a lot of videos also to the students, so that they are prepared in the class, and the class is more utilized toward discussion. What sort of we call it, flipped classroom.
And there is more insight into a concept of application based.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I agree with you, and I congratulate Edunext for having this very important topic, evaluation in era of digital education. Only one concern that I have is about the digital divide that we have, whether it would reach to our remote areas or not, because it also amounts to privilege. The data, the tools to access those digital content, whether it is laptop or desktop or some tablet or some mobile phone, is available to very few in our country. And then the accessibility, or not only these tools, the electricity is also very important.
Right.
You are writing an examination and electricity has gone and you are lost. So all this is one of the concern, but definitely we will come through it.
Sir, I do see few other points that you've just jotted down. If you'd want to give, enlighten us on what exactly are your viewpoints.
Good afternoon, everyone. What my parallel speaker has mentioned about the use of technology in the evaluation in the digital era. I mean, no doubt. I mean, technology has given us a lot of leeway of assessing the students, not by the end of the term, but at the multiple position. But I think what we are trying to do at Lovely Professional University is something which I wanted to share. I think that would be very interesting. So we are doing 2-3 things. I mean, one question was that, is the blended learning really a fag, or is going to go forward? And really speaking, when we were doing so many webinars and during the COVID times, I know I met a lot of you and people during the webinars. Everybody was talking about blending learning. I think, but now the blended learning thing is still going to happen, but may not be of the same extent as it was during the COVID time. But definitely what we have done is that we've used the technology or the online blended platform for making the best use of technology of not the similar nature what we used to do in COVID. Now for my MBA program, there are a lot of students who come from the non-management, non-commerce background. So what we have done is that before they join my program, we have created a module on the management. And we say that, okay, before you join the university and join the MBA program, why don't you do this online program which we have created for you, and that will give you some idea on what you expect in the management, at least if not equivalent to the people who have spent 3 or 4 years in the management education, you would be, I mean, reaching to some level. So I think that's one of the case study of blended learning that we are using using at LPU. Second thing is that now rightly said, there's a lot of question bank that we have created online. So now what we're using is we're trying to create an artificial intelligence model. We are a very technology run university. So we are trying to build an artificial intelligence model at the back end. So based on your responses that you're giving and the assessment at the mid levels or the continuous evaluation, even in the in the end terms, that is getting mapped towards so all each question is mapped to a learning outcome. And based on your performance, you will get to know that you within your particular course, where are you weak and where those inputs needs to be given. So those customization of education is kind of the next level of use of technology that we are doing. And I think, and more so, I always it's my a very common thing that in times to come there would be two parallel worlds which I see exist. One would be a traditional education, which would be a use of blended learning in a limited sense, but there would be a parallel world of online education, which is going to be a very a full-on technology usage in the delivery, in the
Basically a
assessment,
game
and
changer.
everything. So
A
that's
game
what we say. There's a two parallel worlds. So these are the 3 points which I wanted to kind of talk about.
Very relevant point. I feel, everybody here would agree to it. Also, now that we are deeply immersing into this concept of blended learning, and my co-colleague in the last session also, she pointed out it is as much a test for a student as it is for a teacher. Uh, Mr. Sanjeev, we were just discussing outside, and I'd like you to, elucidate upon the same. How can we actually train our teachers also to help students to understand this concept of immersive learning? And if sir is saying it's the way forward, well, I feel there should be some external interventions to help our educators as well.
I do not know from where this external intervention are going to come, but certainly I fully agree with you that the teachers also must train themselves, because the world has changed a little too fast, and more so for the faculty members, which suddenly find that they need to do much more to be staying relevant in the career that they have chosen. I'll give you a small example of the simulation-based assessments. It sounds easy, and most of us know that the youngsters today are more than happy to play games, and simulations are an interesting idea. There are a lot of apps on which you can probably about 70, 80 kinds of games are available, and you can probably just insert your questions and answers, and you can make a game out of it. However, the effort required is huge and large. And as she rightly mentioned, faculty members need to really put in that effort. I developed a game for my institute, which is the pre-assessment for the foundation program, that you need to participate in the game, and you have to make a business plan for selling about 10,000 televisions. You have to decide the entry price. You have to decide the promotional campaign that you want to use. You have to decide kind of inventory you need to maintain, because inventory has a cost. And a class 12 student can play the game. But the effort that went into making this game was about almost 3 months. And believe me, the biggest contribution came from students and less from my faculty colleagues. But that were COVID times, and we could actually get a team to work hands-on. These are different times, and gaming in education is going to stay. As we talk about technology, and this is where students are spending time. This is what they find interesting. These are easier way to make them learn. But the efforts on the part of institute are going to grow many-fold. Faculty members definitely need a supporting hand. I fully agree with you. You just can't say that the technology has changed, so you work out, and you probably need to spend additional hours.
Right.
They need holding hands, and holding hands, I don't know, want to name regulator, but it has to come from ourselves. As head of the institution, it's my role to be a coach to the faculty members, and the same holds true for everybody else in the society at large. The head of the departments need to coach their colleagues and help them develop these assessments, help them develop these games, help them develop these tech assessments, formative, and let them understand better how formative assessments can be much better in terms of getting the feedback from the class rather than waiting for the end of the term feedback. So teachers have a huge and an important role to play, and the institutions, especially the higher education institutions, have a role to play in terms of ensuring that their faculty members are updated, they are participating, and they are involving themselves in the development of what we call colloquially referred as new age assessment methods.
So as much as it is easy and convenient for educators into the metropolitan cities to actually cope up with these challenges, because we do have coaches like you, but very rightly sir said, the digital divide, the digital gap, wherein how can we actually help the, the educators get trained who are not in, tier 1 or tier 2 cities. So any, a point of reference or any suggestion that you could give as to how can we help them?
The way out is having faculty development programs across the country, inviting them. UGC is already doing this, and AICT, etc. They are already doing, they're into it, and they are giving budget to the other universities also who want to do it. Um, in different pedagogies, different assessment techniques, outcome-based learning. What are the aspirations of the students vis-a-vis where do they want to go? What do they need to be placeable for the country? What is the need of bridging the industry academia gap, and where do, as you've said, faculty is pitching in? So what is the requirement of that faculty? Requirement analysis. What do they need? What is the gap? Devising faculty development program for bridging those gaps. And then just now in the previous session, faculty has said about hub and spoke model, giving this opportunity to maybe NAC top grade university or NIF top rank universities to coach and mentor other universities within their vicinity. So this way we'll be able to cover the whole country. In every region, in every state, we have one or other university which is among top 100 universities in NIRF, or which is having a high NAC grade. They can mentor those universities. Colleges primarily who have less budget, and they need to send their faculty for such training programs, FDPs, because here is a message for principals also, for vice chancellors also, to free their faculty for a week, for 15 days, to head of institutes also, because they don't want to send their faculty for 10 days, 15 days. Are bhaiya tum salary le rahe ho, bahar jaoge ghumne. Please send them to attend those programs. They will learn through peer groups also, they will learn through those faculty development programs also. And then they will apply those learning in the classroom.
And that's I feel it's the need of the hour, because if they are not upgraded, if they are not trained in the way they should be, they cannot actually help the kids who are like the future of our country to imbibe onto these learning platforms. So anything you have, that you can add to it? Probably you're doing it pretty differently within your universities.
So I strongly feel if the university or the institution's leadership aspire to reach a particular level of education, and it's up to them to ensure that is being done. As simple as that. I mean, it is the responsibility of the institution to get it done. And then there could be a lot of intervention. How you're going to do that? I mean, like us, we have developed a HR development center, an HRDC that we call it. And the role of the HRDC is to ensure, I mean, what doctors mentioned, that identify the gaps among the faculty members, look at the industry needs and trends, and ensuring that our faculty is moving in that direction. So there has to be intervention, a systematic intervention to do that. I mean, if we think that it's the only responsibility of the teacher to update itself, that may not be possible from the teacher's side itself. The leadership has to really think about it and has to plan that intervention. Otherwise, rightly said, I mean, we are leaving our future of the country to some whims and fancy of these so many teachers. I mean, it has to be a planned intervention. And very interesting question that you talked about, how the teacher is gonna learn and learn the new technology and stuff like that. I feel that COVID. See, you talk about tier 2 cities and other things. During COVID times, mothers who had never even operated a laptop, computer, something like that, now they were putting the classes for their kids, the Zoom classes, the Google Classmates, they're putting the username, password and stuff like that. So I think need is something, the need just bring in that force you to adopt something. So COVID has kind of was that force that
COVID did give
did
that
that
feel.
thing. But I think the most important part is that we should not lose the momentum. Education is one sector where for decades, I would say, the changes have been very slow, very, very slow. But no, how the changes has happened in the telecommunication, on the retail sector, or in other sectors, or insurance sector, or airline sector, has been phenomenal. I think COVID did that for education. But the important part is to keep that momentum up. And we don't just lose the engine that, okay, now the campuses are open and we just do what we used to do before. We have to learn from the past, which is not too far back, and see that how we can make use of the learning that we had in the past and continue doing that.
Well, you just rightly said that, we need to learn from our past. There are certain aspects that were carried and can be adopted even today. Now, we are getting on to this concept of, immersive learning or induced learning. From primitive methods, what are the other ways or methods that you can see that we can imbibe and we can continue with it? Anybody can answer that?
In fact, there are a lot of tools, as I mentioned earlier, the gamification. Also, we have simulators now for a lot of skill-based programs. I teach drone as a hobby. And the first day a student comes to my class, he would like to, operate a drone. It's just like a video game, so I can probably handle it on day one. It's a tough call for me to tell him that 2 days of traditional classes, 1 day of simulator, and third day you will see the drone. And 100% of the students have been asking for drone. I would like to fly it for half an hour, 5 minutes, and then I'll go to the classroom. But these immersive methods are available, yes. I am myself working on a VR-based training program on Oculus to see if the drone training can be digitized, the drone induction program can be digitized, but it will require a lot of effort. Oculus, most of us would know probably it's a product just costs about 35,000 rupees. I think most of us can put up our programs and classes on Oculus at a fraction of the cost of what we do it on the classrooms in the system. But technology adoption is going to take some time, and till that time we'll have to hold our horses. But immersive experience of a VR and AR, in fact, most of the programs are now being worked on this area, is going to give true immersive experience to students. I mean, there were time about 10 years back when we would be happy to see a video on YouTube and understand the concept from the YouTube because,
Right.
that would make the concept much easier.
Exactly.
Today, probably VR and AR can make it happen. You can probably do the whole experiment on your own and see what disaster you can make by mixing up or wrongly experimenting. So these immersive experiences are going to take some time, but they are part of the education system now. As we mentioned about digitalization in the past, we were talking about mostly about assessments, but in learning outcomes and planned learning, immersive experiences are the only way going forward. Investment will happen, effort of faculty members will happen, and some of us will be writing programs or sitting with our students and making those 3D videos and VR to teach what we are teaching already.
Digital in its, if
Yeah.
you have something.
To add to it, Sugandh, as you said, immersive, this word, what we have done at Amity University is now we have institutions in collaboration with industry. So for example, we have Amity Institute of Technology in collaboration with Tata Technologies.
Okay.
And the laboratories are being developed and run by Tata Motors. Size of 3 times of this room. We have to break down the doors also to make their cars come in. So students are learning directly from the engineers of Tata Motors, and they are doing our automobile students. Similarly, we have an institution in collaboration with CII Schools of Logistics. So 50% of the curriculum is being taught by our professors and 50% by industry practitioners. Similarly, we have institution with Indian Fertility Society and in collaboration with Axis Bank, in collaboration with HDFC Bank. So what happens is when the student is graduating, there is very, very little gap between the skills needed by the industry and the skills we are giving to the student when we are running institutions in collaboration with industry.
Digital in itself is a huge concept that, we can talk about at length, but, now I'll be opening the forum to people who actually would have certain questions or queries in mind. You can straight away ask from experts here. Anybody? Can you please help with the mic?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the excellent discussion on this evaluation or assessment. That is, I think, one of the key aspects of any learning process. While during pandemic, we have seen a lot of assessments being done. One big challenge which happens with online assessment is authenticity. That's a big concern. And despite whatever you try, there has been people finding different ways to do that and rather cheat the system, if I put it very bluntly. So how this could be, taken care of? This is one big challenge why as an assessment online cannot still progress so much. Thank you.
So just to answer you, the whole system of online evaluation has been pushed upon to the higher education, school education, and all of a sudden, we never knew that we're going to do the online examination. It's all been pushed into it. So see that, every journey is is an evolution that will take place. When the cars were introduced in the world, there was a fear of that no car is going to bump into people and they're going to kill people. But now with the safety measures and stuff like that, now cars are becoming safer and safer on the roads. So I think it's an evolution journey that will take place. But I'm very, very sure with the advancement in technology taking place, already the proctored exams and AI-driven exam and stuff like this is already coming to play. In times to come, the online evaluation will become so cheat-free that probably it would surpass the normal traditional examination system as well. As previously people used to use the manual gear and nobody want to buy a manual gear car because they think it could be more riskier than to drive an auto gear. So I think it's an evolution. We need to be patient. We just need to understand it's just 1.5, 2 years old phenomena, which has been just pushed into us. So it's going to be taking an evolution route, and it would be, I'm very positive about it that those concerns of cheating would reduce to quite a level.
I hope that answers your question.
I don't consider this as a very serious problem. Because in a business school, I allow open book exams. I allow cheat sheets. In a cheat sheet, we allow them to write anything on an A4 size sheet and take it to the examination hall. And believe me, on that A4 size sheet, for 2 pages, they bring almost about 8 pages. They almost write 8 pages content on those 2 pages. And when they have written their 8 pages, my job was previous evening. Next morning, when they come for the exam, I don't need to assess too much from them. But yes, wherever this is a challenge, there are proctored exams. In fact, globally, they are prevalent now, and students have started giving examinations from home. And the proctoring is very easily possible. The softwares are available now where you can actually see the student when they're writing the exam. And the technological cost has come down drastically. So if there are assessments where you need to maintain the safety, as you use the word, I think proctoring is possible now. But it's not a very important challenge, believe me. From what I do in my institute with open book exams, it doesn't really affect too much. If 4 of them are working together to write the answer and they have to write a business plan, I'm not really worried about it.
Professionals my age must be glad of having such coaches in present day, because we never used to have such coaches. So I'm pretty glad. Anybody else?
Evaluation is a very, a wide sort of a thing. When our children are educated in Singapore or abroad, what we find that out of 100 marks, 40 marks are allocated for out of the, syllabus questions. They can ask about the Asian hotels. You don't have any write-up on Asian hotels. They will ask certain questions which may not be in content, but you have to make the content, and it becomes a big challenge. I think that sort of evaluation is also needed in our universities, where we have to not evaluate. Yeah, digital is definitely a next destination, but evaluation about the mind of the person, whether it is critical, he can analyze it, he can get into some situation. So those things become paramount for us. Can our universities, which are highly, under the UGC and many sort of binding forces are there, can they be independent and do all these things?
They are already, sir. And very, very nice point you have given. But UGC or AICT, for that matter, they don't force any university to adopt the evaluation or assessment methodology. So universities in present scenario are also free. Colleges, universities, they are free to devise their own methodology for learning assessment, their own methodology for formative assessment or summative assessment or learning outcome assessment. So it's already there and it's possible.
Good. I think that was a pretty important question. You had also mentioned about Bloom's taxonomy in the earlier instance, which also plays an important role. And I think most of the professional institutes are moving towards higher order skills. In fact, CBSE has moved on to higher order skills, and now I think universities also ensuring that the kind of assessment that they take place are of higher order rather than only the understanding level, as you mentioned earlier.
I hope that answers your question, sir. Also, anybody else who has a question can actually take them with up, during tea breaks. The session is done for the day, and I would like to thank everybody who's joined us for giving in valuable insights and, imparting knowledge to our audience here. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we move towards our last or the first fireside chat of today and the last session, if you wish to call that. This is on how technology is transforming education. I think a lot of questions have been raised about this. Offline, online, hybrid, what's the way forward? What should be the way forward? What is right, what is wrong? So for a quick fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Siddharth Shahani, Executive President and co-founder, Atlas Skill Tech University. And he's being joined by Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, and Executive Editor, BW Applause. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Yeah, just.
All right. May I request everyone to settle down? So we have a very interesting topic, Siddharth. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
First, I mean, first gen entrepreneur setting up a tech skills university. Give me a sense of the journey, just to begin with.
So actually, it's, I know there's been a lot of reference to COVID during today, because I think one of the most disruptors for the education ecosystem, mother is the necessity of all need, was COVID. And in fact, our university was set up in the throes of COVID just last year. Traditionally, we've been working on three areas. We've been working on design, entrepreneurship, and technology. We've run a design school for the last 10 years. We've run a entrepreneurship and technology school. And when the state of Maharashtra saw the work that we're actually doing, they said, we really want to come up with a new age university that focuses on future skills and which is driven by technology. And would you consider doing that? And that's really how Atlas Skill Tech University came about. It's probably one of the youngest universities. It's in the heart of Mumbai. So one of our focuses for the university is industry integrated learning. And we felt that being in the heart of a metro, giving access to both in terms of key talent, in terms of opportunities for students. So it's really a 21st century startup university, if I can call it that.
Wonderful. Tech has become an essential part of the curriculum, and universities across the world in Pan-India are offering. What is the curriculum like? What are the differential offerings that you bring to the table?
So, before I dive into that, all of us here are gathered today because we're very passionate about education. We have the national education policy, which says that by 2035, we want 50% of India's gross enrollment ratio achieved. Today, we're at 27%, right? So there's about 40 million students in the higher education ecosystem. And if we have to reach 50% in the next 12 years, that means we have to add another 40 million. And that's going to be impossible without technology. So therefore, really, whatever all of us do, we have to focus very closely on technology. Some of the things that we're actually doing, because obviously, one major mandate for us is access. So how do you reach out to the unreached, right? So again, technology plays a very important part there. How do you personalize learning? Because everyone learns at a different pace. So, you're moving from chatbots to edbots, right? Each individual has their, I would say, virtual learning assistant who helps them go through their academic journey. It's a lot more immersive. Professor Mara was talking about AR and VR and how we're actually using these revolutionary technologies to bring down the cost of not only expensive labs, but also give, I would say, children an experience that they could never have. So, if you're doing a metaverse retail project, you're actually setting that up using this technology. If you're taking a liberal arts subject, you can actually explore the historical sites of without having to spend a couple of lakhs to get there. And I think the most important piece is the insightfulness that tech brings. Because what happens is with the data that you get and the analytics that you get, you can actually help each individual improve their learning. So for us, this backbone, and I do believe we're moving away from this concept of Internet of Things to Internet of Education, where everything is going to be combined. What we're also seeing, I know there's a lot of debate on employability and unemployability, that are we creating unemployable graduates and do we not have the right talent for the jobs that are out there? So the areas that we have really picked up are, of course, design, because I think India can really be a value-added provider to the world when it comes to things like UI, UX, because we've done it in technology before. We've been the back office of the world. It's an opportunity to become the front office of the world. So design with UI, UX is very important. The entire piece, we have great technical education, and therefore artificial intelligence and machine learning and services related to that also is a big opportunity. But I also think the fundamental challenge of India is that we don't have enough jobs. And therefore, we need to create thousands, millions, billions of entrepreneurs who can actually drive job creation, because we've always traditionally been a SME economy. And for all these 40 million that are going to come out of the higher education ecosystem. We need good jobs. Otherwise, you're going to see what happened in the 70s with the brain drain happening again. So that's really our philosophy on higher education and technology.
As someone who is kind of a startup, as you mentioned, in this sector and trying to disrupt and bring more value to what is being taught. If you look at the overall, the landscape of higher education in the country, what are the key observations that you have, key disruptions that are needed to make it accessible, fun, if I may use the word, in terms of engagement, and impactful, that you go out with some, not just a piece of paper, but more than that?
So one, a big change that we're seeing, and obviously the seminar today and the 40 under 40 is a testament of that, is a lot more younger people are getting attracted to careers in education. And with that comes youth and exuberance. And more importantly, I would say the peer-to-peer connectivity, because most of the new technologies that you see, most of the new aspects of learning that you see, we realize that yes, we have very experienced faculty, but we also have very young faculty, and the learning outcomes that our young faculty are able to achieve are far superior than our experienced faculty, not because of any differential teaching, but it's just that they were born in the same decade or born in the same century. So they're a lot more connected.
Digital natives.
Digital natives, exactly. So I think we're seeing a lot more youth coming to education. We're seeing a lot more professionals being attracted to the education sector as a whole. It's no longer just industrialists and politicians who are setting up institutions, but it's actually, I would say, young entrepreneurs like me, young professionals who really believe that the way to change the country is by setting up new educational institutions. The other area that we see is the openness amongst Indian institutions to collaborate with each other. So it's no longer about just getting international associations, but actually like-minded institutions coming together. For example, we don't have an engineering school, but we work very closely with the Mumbai University's engineering colleges because we have design. So this collaboration between educational institutions is really, the future where 1 + 1 will become 11, because all of us can take our strengths, pool them together, and drive learning outcomes for our students. So I would say these are the 2 or 3 major trends that we are actually seeing. It's all we talk a lot about tech, but let me tell you that it's really humans that drive the education sector, right? And the advantage about tech is it's taking away all the boring things and allowing all of us to do things that we like, which is understand the emotional, social challenges that our students are facing, spend more time with them on coaching and mentoring. All the administration, grading, marking can all happen on tech and blockchain. So, I would say it's a win-win for us at this stage.
Post-COVID, I mean, even during COVID, the adoption of digital has become mainstream. Now it's acceptable. You can have a digital class and, it's pretty acceptable and taken seriously. But tell me, when we talk about tech and education, are we still seeing it in a limited way of just an online class being offered, just an ease of access and not more than that? Are we yet to fully leverage the power of tech in terms of education?
So, technology is constantly evolving. And therefore, for any of us to say that, yes, we're fully techified and we're using it to its full potential would be a complete misnomer. I think we're probably not even at 0.001% of what technology can do. Today, technology for many of us is still a Zoom classroom, right? That is really...
That was, I mean, we just see when we say tech in education, just a Zoom class,
But you can see that now it's moved on to assessments, it's moved on to, evaluation, it's moved on to curriculum, it's moved on to so many other aspects. Every single higher education institution, even schools, are building their own tech platforms, are building their own tech services. And therefore, I think this push that we've got in the last 2 years, not to rely on brick and mortar, and that the future will 100% be hybrid, means that all of us have to be tech enabled. If you look at the life cycle, right from where do I look for information for courses, right? The number of, I would say, portals that have opened up that allow you to do a very honest comparative assessment of which courses students should do is phenomenal, because that's really democratized, I would say, choice. Second is that it's also put all the providers of education on their feet, because we've reached a stage where students will choose you depending on your quality, and therefore quality kind of gets auto-regulated in that sense. So I would say right from choosing your college to completing your admission process, to your class lectures, to your assessment, to your alumni management, to your placement management, all of that entire life cycle is now driven purely by tech. And therefore, more and more R&D that we do with the data that we have, because education is a sector where huge amounts of data comes out. What do we leverage that data for? How can we actually get deep insights from it? How can we improve our delivery mechanisms? Will really be, I would say the next decade is going to be full of that. The other aspect that I wanted to add is, one is that people talk a lot about tech in terms of access. There are two types of access. One is, I would say, geographical access. And second is time access, right? So a lot of people now you will see are looking at lifelong learning, right? So what we learned 10 years or 15 years ago as part of our higher education is probably outdated and obsolete by now. And therefore we have to keep reskilling and upskilling ourselves. We can't leave our daytime jobs, and therefore we have to study maybe in the evenings, maybe in the night, and tech platforms, like Upgrad and all the ed tech companies really give us an opportunity to do that.
One of the recurring conversations today was the quality of, faculty, the quality. And a lot of people said that is the last option, they don't find the right option and then they land up here. Is it changing, as you said, that a lot of people their approach is to go there first and they are disrupting it, they're setting up, institutions of excellence. But largely, is it driven by that, the same approach that you find nothing and you come here? How do we stop it so that, we stop suffering and we start actually producing students of worth?
So, faculty is always a challenge for any institution, right? But I would say over the last decade or so, especially with the setting up of many high quality private institutions, becoming an academician has become very aspirational, one. Second is, I also believe, and you would see that the regulator is also changing a number of its regulations to actually bring in a lot more talent into the education sector. Just last month, they've announced Professor of Practice, which allows people from industry to seamlessly switch into higher education. They're coming up with a special scheme for artists as well as scientists to come into education so that they can really drive, I would say, the next frontier. So we see a lot of systemic changes which are making it easy for this movement of people from one part to the second part. I also believe that given the ability or the funding mechanisms which are increasing and the ability to pay for good quality education also means that institutions can afford better faculty. But I think it's not only about affordability and last choice, but it's also about creating an ecosystem of excellence, because many of these people are driven by an ecosystem of excellence, are driven by academic autonomy. How do you find the right balance between institutional goals and academic autonomy, as well as opportunities to really build new knowledge within our country, which will really drive, I would say, a lot more people coming back, into our ecosystems. It's a profession of first choice for me. It's a profession of first choice to many of us who are here. So I think that gap will reduce. It started, obviously, with, another 50 million to educate in the next 12 years. It needs to speed up a lot more. But again, that's where, till that happens, technology, disruptive technologies will play a role in, I would say, increasing the gross enrollment ratio of the country.
So coming to technology, a lot of people have seen, when they do virtual classes, for example, away from the brick and mortar system, engagement is an issue. Do you think, how can that be addressed if you're using tech to maybe, take the students, look at the world tour and all of that? But how do you build that engagement with tech?
So that is a very interesting point, because I do know that when we first started our Zoom classes, the first thing that we had to work on very aggressively is to make sure that everyone's cameras were on, right? Because otherwise they switched off and they've gone to sleep and you don't know what's happening.
I've seen a student putting his picture and he was sleeping there. I mean, we've seen all.
Yeah, but the level of, so that was at the start, right? But there are a couple of things that one can do to really improve, I would say, student experience as a whole. And this comes down to pedagogy, which is how do you deliver your curriculum. As a nation, we love assessment, we love quizzing, we love competitiveness, and therefore a lot of work that we did was to really change the curriculum to ensure that after every couple of minutes there were bite-sized question and answer sessions, there was bite-sized interaction. Because what you'll realize, the other thing that we did is that it's the era of nano learning, right? People's attention spans are going lower. They're very interested in certain contemporary topics. So you need to first find what they're interested in learning. And second, you need to actually find a short burst method of delivering it to them. So we actually changed our classes from 90 minutes and 120 minutes to actually 30 minutes, right? So we reduced classroom time. We actually mixed a lot of the subjects that we were doing so that it wasn't that they were just doing economics for 2 hours and then statistics for another hour, and then, but we actually changed it that we introduced new subjects that they wouldn't get a chance to study. So it's I would say, in terms of holding someone's attention, there are many tricks of the trade that we need to bring in. Also, it fundamentally goes down to the interest level of the student, right? If I can bring in a guitar and play one of their favorite songs before class starts, you'll have everyone with you, right? So I think it's about flexibility on both sides. We also realize that the quality of delivery, what happens is that the quality of delivery in our case went up. And I'll tell you why. Because every morning the teacher would wake up and say, hey, this is a new platform. I don't understand this platform. I need to prepare more. I need to deliver more. It's not my regular surrounding. How do I give my best? And it's actually, you had all these teachers who put in so much more because they had an unknown platform, that really the quality of education improved far significantly for us.
So what are some of the big disruptions taking place as far as tech and education in India are concerned, which are being offered and, at the university level? What all is there,
So again, there are, I would say, 4 or 5 very crucial changes that are happening currently, right? So one, if I talk on the administrative side, I know in the assessment, there was a lot on cheating and a lot on, the assessment, validation of assessment. But, this policy of this technology of blockchain, so we're seeing a lot more universities use blockchain in their administrative functions, especially when it comes to keeping student records and student grades, because that is actually a worldwide open system of analysis of our student records, which is actually fungible across the world. So you'll see a lot more of that come in. So it goes from, I would say, physical records and transcripts and certificates to actually having a locker on the block, as they call it. Second is, the whole immersive learning through the metaverse, because a lot of these experiences can be recreated. Shop floors can be recreated. Retail stores can be recreated. Labs can be recreated. So really the learning that they have there will be a lot more relevant. Third, I would say, is really about artificial intelligence, because today we can tell, we can predict basis the grades of a student, basis the behavior of a student, what their eventual learning outcome will be, what their eventual level of attainment will be, and how can we actually give them input before they fail to be successful. So a bit like Minority Report, right? So if you remember that movie, you knew the murder was happening before it happened. And therefore, I think by far that will be the most powerful move that we have. And I would say the last one is around coaching and mentoring. So using technology platforms to deliver personalized coaching and mentoring, because at the end of the day, all our classrooms are the same. The topics being taught, the curriculum being taught, the content being taught, it doesn't change very much. But what's important is, I would say, the situational learning from experienced people. And therefore, the ability to coach and mentor on your cell phone hundreds and hundreds of students is what will really make a big difference. So that's what we're actually seeing across the board.
Before I open this forum for some questions, I want to ask you that what has been your learning, after setting up this university so far? What are the biggest takeaways for you?
So, the biggest takeaway I would say by far is, how do you get committed people to believe in a vision, right? Because, in India, we have such great talent, right? But it's all about aligning people, getting them to understand what the vision is and getting them to commit to a vision and alignment of vision along with what they believe, right? So that's one. Second, I would also say is that, our biggest strengths in educational institutions, which we often don't leverage, are our students, right? It's not only about the 200 faculty you have, but it's also about the 5,000 students you have. The level of energy, excitement, the level of, I would say, commitment that the students bring to the table can really help you drive any project you want, right? Especially when technology is changing on a day-to-day basis, you don't understand it, you need to reach out. It's the world of social media, digital media. Student services and student experience, I would say, by far is one of the most important elements of building a university, because your students are your stakeholders, they're also your ambassadors, they're also going to come back to you as recruiters, and hopefully also as donors, which the culture is not yet there in India, but alumni will play a very important role in funding higher education systems. So for us, in any institutional building is only as important as its people. And therefore, people must be prioritized, and alignment of people's goals to the institutional vision is very important. Everything else is incidental.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing these thoughts. We can take some questions if there are any. You can raise your hands. Yeah.
It's not a question, but I think I just love the last point which you made, and I think very vital also, that aligning everybody in all the stakeholders to the vision. That is, I think, very important what he said, and it starts not only from the top man, but even the security guard, the housekeeping, and everyone. Once they start believing that vision, and I think the key challenge I think comes is drilling down that vision, because same vision can have different meanings to different people, and when we try to consistently put across so that everybody is able to understand as envisioned, I think that is a great job done if any institution can do that. So congratulations and all the best.
We're still learning, we're still trying every day, but we keep focus on that. So thank you for supporting that view. That means a lot.
Okay, let me ask you this question. What technology, when we use technology, of course, there was a trend earlier, which I touched upon in an earlier panel, having 100-acre to 200-acre campus, will technology make it irrelevant from here on? What will be the face of higher education, when tech is involved so deeply in your pedagogy?
So, I'm from Mumbai, so 100, 200 acres is really, unheard of anywhere in the western part of Maharashtra. The future is going to be hybrid. Yes, there will be opportunities to co-locate nearer to industry. So campus sizes may go down, but of course, campuses are also places for immersive learning, right? Social learning is also very important. One thing that we realize in this period of COVID is, whereas they may have done very well on their academic front, but on the social front, they did not score so as well, right? Because when we talk about 21st century skills like collaboration, teamwork, communication, it's important to be in a physical surrounding. So I don't believe that campuses will disappear. I think campuses will become a lot more efficient. They will be able to, in fact, in 100 acres, if you can only have, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 students, with technology, 100 acres will be able to do 50,000 students, because you'll have hybrid, you'll have off-campus locations where you can beam your classes, which are of great quality. You'll have students moving from location to location. So the physical edifice of higher education or school education will never disappear. So, CapEx will still be a huge expense item on most higher educational institutions. But I would say that this hybrid provides us an opportunity that we've never had before. And if we leverage that properly, I truly believe that the ambitious figure of 50% gross enrollment ratio by 2035 can be achieved. And probably that's the push that we're getting right from the government, that look not only at your physical campuses, but also look at technology-enabled delivery in different parts of the country. We believe with 5G coming in, I was in college when they were talking about 4G, but with 5G coming in, we'll see another level of democratization of higher education and school education, where cell phones will probably be the classrooms of the future.
Okay, there's a question.
I'm Meha Mathur from Business World. And during the day, we have talked about a lot of, talk about disruptions. I want to know from you, there's one area of disruption which has not really been discussed in detail is technology enabling lifelong learning through age groups. Professionals going back to classroom, people above 40, their learning being facilitated, especially in technology. Quite a lot of new technology has come in with which many are not conversed. And also some passions which can be taken up again. So to what extent is that being enabled thanks to the changes that have come up in technology?
So, ma'am, I think that's a very good question, especially the part about re-enabling passions. Because sometimes what happens is when we get into our day-to-day, we forget about our passions and don't really get an opportunity to, take those up. But to start with your first question about lifelong learning, we in India, if you see over the last, I would say 2 or 3 years, have actually started building a culture where we do go back to the classroom, whether it is for full-time executive education. So some of the leading business schools like ISB, even our university, Atlas, have evening courses for working professionals where they can actually upskill themselves. If you look at some of the, edtech companies like Upgrad, or Emeritus, they're actually delivering online programs in data science, in management, in strategic leadership, where people can actually take these courses without leaving their jobs or leaving the comfort of their home. So that itself, if you look at, is almost a $20 billion market. And almost 30% of that market is in India. So there's definitely a move towards that. And we're only going to see more of that. So ma'am, it's very much happening. And I would say that, it's a great opportunity for all of us to return to the classroom. Also when it comes to passion, I know that there are a lot of these courses for children, like White Hat Junior, for example, has music, has acting, and maybe they'll start extending that to our age groups as well, so that we can also pick up some of these courses to revitalize ourselves as we go forward.
My final question is about, what this conversation is about is India and technology. What about the Bharat part of it, Will they get to see this? I mean, how soon? What is happening on that front?
Bharat, according to me, what I see, Bharat is already very much part of this, right? Yes, there are pockets which don't have access. Yes, we read that our president, her village only received electricity, last month. But if I go back to, if I even go back 5 years ago, and I see, and you just simply look at the number of internet connections that we have, and you look at the number of smartphones we have, and you look at the number of devices that are coming from, non-urban areas, you can actually see the proliferation of technology across all. Yes, there is a lot of inequity. It's not a perfect system, but I think along with the government, along with our institutions, along with CSR funding coming in, a lot more access is being created. Even if we look in our own houses or look at people who support our ecosystems, who may not be from the same socioeconomic strata as we are, their children learning was uninterrupted during COVID because we were able to actually work with all of them to get devices. So I think the government has some very effective mechanisms of digital devices reaching everywhere through Geo and now through 5G and through other endeavors. data is actually, connectivity is reaching. It may not be as quick as we want it, but I don't think that they're going to be left behind. I think it's a question of equalization, and I think in the next 2 years you'll see a lot more of that happening.
Thank you. Thanks, Siddharth, for this wonderful
Thank you very
conversation.
much.
Lovely talking to you. And thanks to the audience for being the patient listener and interactive as well. If I request Aditya if he's around to take over. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank
so
you,
much.
everyone. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Siddharth and Rohit, a picture, please. We have a big round of applause for them, everybody. I just noticed, yeah, I think those three tables are like, they applied very quick and they came in the morning. And of course, they didn't understand the joke, but that's okay. तो इसी के साथ हम इस समिट की पाठशाला के आखिरी क्लास को खत्म कर चुके हैं. We've reached the end of the conference bit or the summit bit or the talk bit. Now it's time to move towards the award. And by the एक सवाल बीच में उठा था, I'll ask you till the time my team's working on the back end of it. What do you think should be the future mode of education? Should it be online, offline, or hybrid? How many for online? You wake up late in the morning because you said you raised both your hands, I'm sure. Now, how many for offline? And how many for hybrid? But hybrid is 6 days you have to go to school. 7th is online. Sunday only. Hybrid. Okay. With that, it's time to move ahead with the BW Education 40 Under 40 Awards ceremony. But हम क्या करते हैं during our award ceremony, we only move ahead with the awards when we are promised by our audience members that जितनी energy हमने बाकी है दिन भर की वो सारी जान लगा देंगे in applauding all the winners that come on the stage or virtually also. So can I get an acceptance for that? Yes, no? Oh, good. Lovely. Now we are good to go. So today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bweducation.com. Please join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag BWEducation40Under40. 40 is numeric. And I would once again like to thank our partners for the day. Co-sponsor, Tourism Finance Corporation of India. School partner, Griffins International School. Fan partner, Fandrum. Digital media partner, IWM Buzz. A coffee partner, Beanley Coffee. Beverage partner, The Thick Shit Factory. And a media partner, Exchange for Media. May I please request my team to play our partner's AV?
Griffins International School, built on a 14-acre lush green campus, believes educating children for life. It provides fully Wi-Fi campus, modern digital classrooms with science, computer, and English labs for academic excellence, along with dance, music studio, swimming pool for extracurricular excellence. Students enjoy safe and caring drive to Griffins every day. We encourage children to think independently. Griffins International School, Kharagpur. Future begins here. Call us at 74777 73777.
You can, of course, clap for them also. Absolutely. Your energy is already halfway gone. Chaliye, we'll come to that when the words come. And moving forward, I would once again like to invite on stage Rohel Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, and Executive Editor, BW Applause, for the opening address for this awards ceremony.
I'm here on behalf of Dr. Anurag Batra, who couldn't be here. And I just want to put in a little bit of context that, like every other award that we have, this award has gone through its rigorous process, and this year we had around 180 entries overall, and only 59 were presented to the jury to the second round after the initial screening by the screening committee. And finally, we have 26 winners today who will join us on this elite group today who will be awarded. And thanks to our jury chair, Mr. Rajendra S. Pawar, chairman and co-founder NIIT Group and founder NIIT University, who ensured that we had the most rigorous process in place. And that's why the number of winners, from 180 entries to 59, that we showcase in front of him. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. This is, of course, as any other award that we have, a very credible process-driven, celebration. And I will request all of you to, as my boss says, just repeating his words, the energy will, be shown. You cheer for others, and they will cheer for you. So let's keep that sentiment. And I want to invite Mr. Pawar on the stage to share his thoughts on the jury process.
Thanks so much. This is also a hybrid session with most participants at home, I guess. But this is the way of life. I think we have to live with engaging everyone intensely, but virtually or physically is the option we have. I don't want to spend too much time because it's been a long day, and I think that there's winners in the audience who came to get their recognition and move ahead. Just a couple of points I wanted to add, and they may have been made today because I had just the last talk I heard by Mr. Shahani, which was very interesting, very powerful. And we are talking about this change and this disruption. And of course, we've spoken about what's driving disruption. And we all have talked about technology as a very important driver. And the symptoms of that were becoming visible a few wasn't one of them, and fundamental reform wasn't one of them. There were many problems to be solved. They continue to be problems to be solved in education, but that was trying to catch up. But this policy is looking far into the future and making very fundamental changes to our education system. Some of it is dependent on how things are evolving, but many of them actually go to the very root of what education should be, and we drifted into some wrong directions over the last few centuries. So it goes back to the basics and starts dealing with children at a very young age, looks at the issue of mother tongue as a medium of instruction, looks at the whole set of issues that education should be seized with. So this policy is, in that sense, very profound, very fundamental, and is not going to be implemented in a hurry, not only because there's a resistance in society, but also because the underlying issues are too vast and too wide. So this is a very big second driver of transformation, let me not say disruption. And this one will carry on for a while. The third and very interesting catalyst, I would say, is COVID. And we shouldn't thank COVID, I'm saying, or to say thank COVID. Even Dr. Batra, I think, is down with COVID, if I'm not mistaken. He got very high fever at 3 in the morning and with a bad throat. So to me, those are two symptoms of COVID. But COVID has done something very interesting to mankind, which is it stopped us in the track and told us now you have only one way, which is digital, to do whatever you want. There's no other way. So all of us have been trying to teach technologies, and I've been doing it for 45 years now, and we always found a lot of resistance. And this was a window when no one had a choice. We were forced to learn. We were forced to try new things. And I don't want to call the education of the COVID period effective education standard. Let's accept that. But it was better. It was infinitely better than nothing. Infinitely better than nothing. And I think we'll look back, when we'll go ahead, we'll look back at this intervention as something which forced us to change and forced even the most conservative people, anti-technology people, to test the waters. And I think many of them found that it was better than what they thought. So COVID has been an intervention, and that I would call as a disruption, which has had its downsides, of course, but has this big upside that people have tasted, have been forced to taste technology. But perhaps the biggest reason for transformation, which will go on for some time, is that India is beginning to look at itself with more respect than we have done in the last 75 years. The sense of identity of India has been undergoing a change, and I would say in many ways our mind started opening post-liberalization. It's a very closed economy, started opening at that time, and energies got unleashed, and we saw people taking initiative, and that was the beginning. And as a person who's been involved in IT, I remember when we had a minister, 1999, Mr. Pramod Mahajan, 2000. And he very nicely described the difference of pre-IT India and into IT India. And he described it somewhere in 2001 at one of our conferences. He said that earlier, when I would be presenting my passport to the guy in the immigration officer in US, he would look at me and say, "Snake charmer." And now, he said, now when I go, they look at me and say, "Oh, software, very smart." Now, I'm not saying that IT has changed India's view, but it did a lot to open the minds of people. And that is just the beginning. The self-confidence that the young Indian grows up with is dramatically different from what it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And this recognition of a renewed identity, the recognition that we have been a civilization which was doing the kind of stuff people talk about today in some form long back. So we've been there before. And we can draw some of the lessons from the past and marry them with the experience of the future. I think this recognition is actually the bigger reason why we will see transformation in society and therefore in education. So good news is that we're talking of India at 75, and I imagine these of India at 100. And there'll be many things which are talked about. Biggest population in the world. Population used to be a liability in our early days. Now it's an asset because this is the generating system, the brain, the mind. So it's a century of the mind, as I like to call it, this century. And therefore the century of the largest minds in any one country. It is also a period when, and we are talking about education, we're talking of goals of education. And Siddharth, I found your presentation outstanding, I must say, very insightful. that we want to educate everybody. And I think that that momentum is building up, and that will bring about change, and this COVID has been a good disruption. But I think we also should recognize that there are some unsolved dilemmas, and some of them will remain for a while. And I want to describe this because then I want to talk about the risk and return equation. And why should be people in this space, and why are people getting into the space, and why should we not get into the space? What are the pros and cons? So the unresolved dilemma number one is that, and this is not only India, we've operated as NIT in 40 countries at some time, met with at least 35 education ministers, is that should education be for profit or not for profit? This is an unsolved dilemma. In my mind, is going to remain unsolved for some time. Because even if you look at there was an era where universities in the US started becoming not-for-profit 20 years ago, and there was a massive backlash. So people went to the other extreme because the principle in society is that education is a public good. It is the responsibility of the government or the leaders of the country to ensure that every child who has a fundamental right in education gets good education. And yet we know that no country on earth can the government fund good education for everyone. Therefore, how do you solve this problem? How do you bring in people who will come in knowing that the energy they will put in is not going to give them a financial return? So I'll call it an unsolved dilemma, and I'll put it on the side for a minute. The other is regulation. Now you need to regulate anything that affects people and their lives, and where government has to assume a responsibility that things shouldn't go out of hand and the society shouldn't get disrupted. So regulation in some form has to remain, will remain, and this will be the next dilemma. Because regulation tries to do checks and balances. And who is to decide what is a correct check and balance? So these two, according to me, are dilemmas which will stay with us. And therefore I come to the third part, which is if we have so much opportunity in front of us, and we have these two slippery pieces, who should get in, first of all? Why should people get in? Why should people get involved with education? When we know that even if I studied in IIT and I've been involved in education quite extensively, I'm founder board member of ISP as well, and was in the boards of many of these institutions, and I'm at the board of my school, Scindia School, for many, many years. And I have continued to wonder what drives people to get involved in education. And when we look at teachers, I'm just taking one example. No teacher will accept the reality that they're doing it for money. And yet they have a family, they have a spouse, they have children, they all have aspirations. And to what extent will you push this idea that I'm sacrificing my life for the great noble cause of education? It's a dilemma. So if it's not for profit, and if you have to deal immediately, the question came up even about Bharat, for example. And we know that this divide is causing tensions in society. We have to bridge the divide. So how do you deal with the problem? How do you give education to the one who has no money of the same standard that someone who can deserve to pay whatever they want to pay? So therefore, do we get into education because of passion? Large number of us do. Do we get into education to get a return? An increasing number are doing that because governments don't have enough money to deal with the problem. And therefore, governments will build a policy which says not for profit, and then have to close their eyes because they can't solve the problem alone, as I talked of the unsolved dilemma. And that is where I think I heard Siddharth also talk a lot about passion. How do we excite tens of thousands of people about this social cause of education? I don't have an answer, frankly. But I do know one thing, that those who dip their fingers or get their feet into education, and those who like it, they will do nothing else in life other than education. And this I have seen happen across the world. People leave the sector and then come back right in, because there's a very large number of people who enjoy seeing other people grow. It's a very large number, but they're stuck with the dilemma that do I get this enjoyment or do I deal with my problem? So when Anurag asked me to get involved with this jury, and I know this is happening for the second year and they have to get their act together. And so I said, look, this is going to take more time than I can really get involved with, but I'm curious to see who are the young people and elderly people and middle-aged people who are coming forward. And are we beginning to see a groundswell of people who are coming in because they love to do what it takes to do education? And to the extent that such processes excite more and more people to come forward and be with others who are involved and take a look at them and say, are they different? Are they similar? I think this process serves this purpose. Are there enough people coming forward? I would say not yet. What will get them here? I don't have a good answer. I wish I could say this. Everybody with passion, whether it gives them money or not, will come forward, but that's being utopian, that's being idealistic. So therefore, when we look at the risks and returns, should government change its policy and make education for profit? I can't see that happen for a long time to come, because governments cannot answer the question to the poorest of the poor, to whom they are obliged. And a good friend of mine, Dr. Mashelkar, he's a very good friend of mine, and we've been sharing our views for a long time. And he says that eventually I feel that Saraswati has to shake hands with Lakshmi. Okay. And so what form it will take, we need to see. But to the extent that events like this or activities which excite people to come forward and look at how many others are involved in this sector, I think that is a purpose which I was very keen to support with my time. And as was just mentioned, I had only made one condition to Dr. Batra, that you got a jury, and there's very good people in the jury. All of them couldn't be here. I'm grateful that they gave the time. We said that we have to work with business world to build a robust method to achieve two goals. One is, why did only 180 come forward? Why not 1800? Why not 18,000? What can you do to promote the idea of people coming forward to say, I'm doing something unique, which can make a contribution? And second is, when you look at, setting examples, because all of us want role models. This is good because it doesn't have one winner, which is a tough thing, or first, second, and third. It has 40 under 40. Then it can be 50 under 50. It can be 20 years later, it will be 100 under 100. Okay, and the youngsters will be living for 150 years. Some people say kids being born now will live forever. I don't know how they'll do it, but they'll work for 100 years, for example, and therefore lifelong learning will have some other meaning. But clearly speaking, I think this is an important activity. We've enjoyed going through the process. We've discovered that the process needs much more effort, and we've recognized that the jury will have to be prepared to give more time, and I don't know, it'll scare many of us away. But perhaps we'll improve the system and use AI and ML, whatever we have to use, to do the basic work. But I just do want to say that it's been quite an enjoyable process to go through this, to see the shape of things which are coming. In fact, I was taking a quick look at the 26 people we found suitable. And I have to say that there are many others who we hope will come back next year, because there was something missing in terms of information or a little bit of evidence they need to get. But I did find that the representation is just 3 higher ed institutions, just 1 school, and many other people who are under ed tech. But when you look deeper, they're doing some piece of the education process, some piece of it. And all those pieces come together again. So while we are building silos, we're also connecting them up with technology. We're building collaborations, we're building very different models. So there's a very large number of people who are trying new things. That's what came out of this list. And that's a good sign, because small things, if someone does, they can be more passionate about it. So passion is the key. Getting people passionate about solving little problems and joining up with others to solve big problems. That could very well be the answer to this question. So with that, I do want to wish all the winners the very best. We have to start the process and finish it soon. I've taken more time than I had intended to, but I did want to just say that it's very important for a movement to start where bright young people or post-retirement people or whoever come forward with the purpose of contributing to this important field of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was the jury head address. And we would also like to thank our jury panel who helped us arrive to this list after an intensive jury deliberation. We have been graced by some of our jury members here in person. Please join me in welcoming them. And of course, then we'll also have them on stage later. You met the jury chair, Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman, NIIT, founder, NIIT University, and Padma Bhushan Awardee. Everybody, please, once for him. Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director, Birla Institute of Management Technology, BIMTech, Noida. Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO, CSC, India. And Mr. Vinesh Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact, Ampersand Group. You know, because each of the entries that come in, there's so much work that's been done and so much of hard work being put in, it becomes even more difficult for the jury with each entry. And it's an extensive process, as I mentioned. So I think before we begin with the awards ceremony, let's once have a look at the jury, what really happened in that process. We can start again, we can hold on. Do it together.
40 under 40 has been a fantastic journey where we could find a new generation of educational entrepreneurs who are not just shaping the future of education in India, but worldwide. These entrepreneurs are very innovative in their approach and setting new standards in the field of education. I wish them success. Thank you.
For the past 30 years, I have served as CEO of large American, Swedish, British companies, including United Nations as well. It was a pleasure to be part of the jury meet VW Education 40 under 40 awards. As a jury member, I appreciate how smooth the process was. I must say all the participants were very informed and talented. It was hard to prioritize them sometimes. Business World team always amazes me with their sheer efficiency and skills in managing events like these. I wish all the participants a great success in the future too. Keep working towards your goals and keep educating the masses for a brighter today and tomorrow, because an educated mind never thinks without a reason. Thank you.
I have participated in the jury for Business World Education 40 under 40 awards. This was meant for those entrepreneurs working tirelessly in edtech industry, coaching industry, school education, and higher education. I was fortunate to have company of renowned educationists and also industry leaders. The jury was headed by Mr. R.S. Pawar, who has been a leader in technology as well as in education. I have been informed, and I am part of the jury. I know it that 180 applications were received, 59 applicants were called for interview, 49 of them attended, and ultimately 41 have been selected for this award. I felt very good about this endeavor of Business World. It is recognition to the edtech industry, coaching industry, school education, and higher education. In the context of national education policy, this award definitely encourages young entrepreneurs for contributing in the growth of education in our country. I am participating now in award function. I'm very happy and delighted to join it.
Being on the jury for the 40 under 40 Business World Awards in EduTech was a learning experience. It was great to see the energy and enthusiasm that the participants brought when they faced the panel. It was a delight to see that a young talent is doing cutting-edge work in the field of EduTech. The future is bright. There was a lot of people who are doing great work. The jury's work of selection was made more difficult because of that. For those who we've selected or shortlisted for the awards, I have a word of advice. Keep your eye on the ball. It is your commitment, your focus, and your dedicated work that has led to success and has had you shortlisted for the award. For those who did not make the cut this time, I can tell you that was mainly due to the fact that you did not have a long enough track record.
I'm a jury member with BW 40 under 40, which is Business World's hunt for 40 young entrepreneurs under 40 years of age in the realm of education and education services delivery. As is with every year, the cohort of applicants was fantastic. The jury had a very tough time to really see out and filter out the last 40. And it's very, very heartening to know that there are so many young minds out there working tirelessly to create something in the space of education and education services for the new India. I think India is in safer hands as far as the sectors involved in the years to come. Congratulations to all the winners in the 40 list, and my best wishes to everyone who participated. I think all of you are doing a fabulous job. And wonderful work, Business World, Dr. Batra and team, for putting this initiative year on year consistently for these young folks.
And with that, it's time we move towards a award of BW Education 40 under 40 winners. Everybody, once again, please join me in welcoming jury members who are present here physically with us on stage. Jury Chair, Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman, NIIT founder, NIIT University and Padma Bhushan awardee, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director, Birla Institute of Management Technology, BIMTech, Noida, Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO, CSC India, and I apologize, Mr. Vinesh Menon's designation was mentioned wrong in the jury AV. Mr. Vinesh Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact, Ampersand Group. I would request all the winners or the members who are coming to collect the award on somebody else's behalf. Once you've received your award, please exit from stage left. We also have to take a picture of yours for the magazine. Okay, and now the winners list, it's in no order. So if it comes first or last, that doesn't matter. For us, everybody who's walking up this stage is already the winner and at par with each other. Okay, so our first winner on the list of PW Education 40 under 40 is and we have Suprita Gonsalves, EVP Growth, Extra Edge Technology Solutions Private Limited, collecting the award on behalf of Abhishek Ballab. Congratulations to you and to Abhishek as well. From stage left, please. Okay, and our next winner on this list is Abhishek Mohan Gupta, Co-Chancellor, Chadran, Lake City University. I think let's decide that now is the time that we give the winners the applause. Yeah. Let's collectively, let's decide this now. Fixed. Congratulations, Abhishek. Abhishek ji, stage left. Acha, wo wahan se aate. Okay. Okay, our next winner on this list is Abhishek Kumar Yadav, founder, chairman, Griffiths International School. Congratulations, Abhishek. And the next winner on this list is Secretary and Executive Director, Antara Bangalore School. Okay, and our next winner on this list is Aman Mittal, Director, Lovely Professional University. Congratulations, Aman. And the next winner on the PW Education 40 under 40 list is Anshu Dhanuka, co-founder and CPO, Paperboard Apps Private Limited. Congratulations. We will also request all the winners to please stay back. We will also have a group picture. Important announcement. Request all the winners to please stay back. After this, we'll have a group picture with the jury members. Yes? Okay, and our next winner on this list is let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. We have Aman, the head of marketing, coming to collect the award on behalf of Arjun. We also have an, Aman, we also have an acceptance video, I believe, from Arjun. So let's also have a look at that, please.
I want to take this occasion to thank Business World and Exchange for Media for this award. It is indeed a privilege to be part of one among the PW Education 40 for 40, and it's a testimony to everything I have done for the last few years in education. Once again, thank you so much for this award.
Congratulations, Arjun and Aman. And the next winner on this list is Arpit Prajatia, CEO and MD, Sarosoft. Congratulations, Arpit. You know, Dr. Batra says is that ताली बजाना आपके दिल के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है. So if not for, I mean, of course, along with the winners, you can also do it for yourselves. And I'll keep pushing you for that. Okay, our next winner on this list is co-founder education 10x, and he's got 10 more people with him to congratulate him. वो सब आगे बैठे हैं और भविष्य पीछे से आ रहे हैं. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations to Bhavishya. Okay, our next winner on this list is Saru Noheria, co-founder and a COO Practically. Congratulations, Saru. And the next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is we have Mihir Joshi, founding member and marketing head of Education 10X, coming to collect the award on behalf of Gyan, the founder of Education 10X. Let's give them a huge round of applause, everybody. Congratulations, Mihir, and to Gyan as well. Okay, our next winner on the BW Education 40 under 40. Oh, I'm very sorry, we also have the winners EV with us? We do? Okay. We also have Jan's video with us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Business World and the jury for the award. This is extremely satisfying because this not just validates the effort that we have been putting in, but this also goes a long way in establishing financial literacy as a category, which was unheard of till some time back. For that, I'm extremely grateful to my colleagues in Education 10X and Bright Champs who have been putting in hard work all throughout. My partners in crime, Bhavesh, Prasanna and Mihir, Mr. Ravi Bhushan, founder and CEO of Bright Champs, for all the support that he has been extending. Financial experts all over the world who trusted us and made us switch to teaching. Kids who allowed us to be part of the invaluable years of their lives. Parents all over the world for trusting us. I wanted to conclude by saying that Education 10X and Bright Champs have just started. We have barely scratched the surface, and over the next few years, you will see us making a significant contribution to education value chain all over the world. Thank you. Have a great day.
Congratulations, Gyan. Moving on, our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is Harsh Barwani, Director, Jet King, and we have Akhilesh Verma, the Placement Head of North Division of Jet King, coming to collect the award on behalf of Harsh. Congratulations, Akhilesh, and to Harsh as well. Okay, and next, BW Education 40 under 40 winner is Khushbu Awasthi, co-founder and director, Mantra for Change. Congratulations, Khushbu. Okay. Our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is founder, director, and CEO, SHRM Aspire Technologies Private Limited. Congratulations, Kunal. And our next winner on the BW Education 40 under 40 list is Mahalakshmi Satish, Senior Director, India, Prodigy. And our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 is Mayank Bhateja, co-founder, Education Finance. Mayank here? Mayank's not here? Okay, let's move on. Never mind, well, congratulations to Mayank. Our next winner on the list of BW Education 40 under 40 is Goswami, CEO, Zucate. And the next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is Prashant Patni, co-founder, Intap Labs Private Limited. Oh, he's there with us. Hi, Nishant, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
This is your moment. Congratulations.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the jury members and to Business World for recognizing the efforts. I mean, I think it's more of a recognition for the entire team. We've been working on the cause of, language education for India, and very proud to say that we've been able to help more than 5 crore Indians to learn English from all sorts of other languages with us. But I think this is a great recognition and a great platform to give us a pat on the back to do this for even more people. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, all the pats in your back and much more power to you and your team. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is Business Head Byju's. We have Aman Bhardwaj, Director, Strategy and Planning, coming to collect the award on his behalf. We also have an acceptance video of Nitin. Come on.
Thank you, respected jury members, my employer Byju's, Akash Education, and Business World for the recognition. I, along with my entire team, have been fortunate to empower and accelerate a unique idea in Akash Byju's Digital. पिछले साल हमने आकाश ऐप लॉन्च करी जो आज एक टॉप चॉइस है फॉर जेईई नीट एस्पिरेंट्स। पूरे भारत में 1 करोड़ बच्चों ने हमारी ऐप को डाउनलोड किया और आज लर्नर्स फ्रॉम रिमोटेस्ट पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री कैन फुलफिल देयर एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ बिकमिंग engineers and doctors with top content of Akash Education delivered by the Byju's app. I am glad we had the opportunity to make all of this happen and hope we will continue making a difference for the betterment of education over the years. Would also like to congratulate all fellow winners. Many, many congratulations and thank you everyone.
Congratulations to Nitin and his entire team. Moving on, our next winner on the list of PW Education 40 under 40 is Pallavi Rao Chaturvedi, Executive Vice President and Get Set Parent, ISEC. Congratulations, Pallavi. And the next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is Pankaj Agarwal, the CEO, Tag High. Congratulations, Pankaj. Moving on, our next winner on the list of PW Education 40 under 40 is Prateek Bhargava, founder and CEO, Mindler Education Private Limited. Congratulations, Prateek. Our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is Saurabh Arora, founder and CEO, University Living. Smile, Saurabh, you. Smile to karda, to ho gaya. Lovely, congratulations. Okay, and our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 is Shashani, founder and executive director, Atlas Skill Tech University. Congratulations. Okay, our next winner on BW Education 40 under 40 list is Vishal Gara, co-founder, Financial Planning Academy, Ambition Learning Solutions. Let's give him a huge round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. And our next winner, who's also supposed to be the last because they're physically present in this list, the rest are virtual. Our next winner on the list of PW Education 40 under 40 is Shashank Kushwait's founder and CEO, Imagine XP. There he is. Hi, Shashank, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for honoring us, sir. And it's a privilege, and we'd like to dedicate this award to all our university partners that have supported us throughout. It's very difficult to change the higher education system, and we want to thank not only our university partners, but also Professor Shishir and Professor Abhijit, who's been a limelight and a vision for us. Thank you. It's a privilege to get this award from you guys.
Congratulations and all the very, very best. Thank you. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. May I please request all the winners to quickly join us on stage to have a group picture with our jury members. All the winners, do we want the trophies? Brenda, you want the trophy with them? The smaller one, okay. All the winners, please, with your trophies. You can all occupy the stairs also if you wish. I think this is the first batch where everybody's tall. Congratulations to all the winners and thank you so much, jury members. All the winners, you might have received some questions from the BW team. We request you to please fill them and send them to us by the end of this week maximum. May I please request the BW team to join us on stage for a group picture. Also, all the winners and audience members. The BW team that's going to come up on the stage for a group picture, they've worked extremely hard to put this event together. So let's also have a huge round of applause for them. Though the winners are busy themselves. Congratulations. BW team on the stage, please.